to keep and encourage our businesses that are performing so well to grow and do well. Thank you.
And Councilmember Beer.
Just one thing about Valleymar. I know Valleymar was mentioned, but it was just the quarry that was talked about. But there's that small little, I live in Valleymar, so I'm biased, but there's that small little shopping center, and I didn't know if there's any opportunity there at all. So I just thought I would just add that into the record. And, an additional survey of our businesses could be done by others.
And there's the private property there adjacent to those little businesses, which again is private, but it is property.
Most of this is.
Right. Sorry, Mayor. It is a study session.
I absolutely favor organic dialogue. No problem. The time is now 7:02. Happy to take more questions or comments, but quickly, as we should be getting on to our regular session sooner than later. Going once, going twice. Staff, do you have what you need? In that case, the special study session is adjourned. I do want to thank Planning Commission for being here with us. It's so good to be with you. I want to thank Mr. Kanhira and Mr. Brian Mora. Thank you for being here with us. It's a group effort, a community effort, and thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, bio break. I also plan on doing a 15-minute recess after communications. We'll reconvene at 7:07. 7:09, and we will begin our regular open session. Before we get started, I want to remind everyone that PCT is having trouble with the cable broadcast, so the live stream is still available at pacificcoast.tv. You can also find a link at cityofpacifica.org. If you are in our parking lot right over here, please grab a parking pass if you haven't already. That's a paper parking pass on the door that's at the bottom of the stairs. And City Clerk, would you please call roll and give us any announcements about the meeting that might be pertinent?
This is calling Mayor Big Stick called to order the regular meeting of the City Council, and I'll start the roll call with Councilmember Bowles.
Here.
Councilmember Beer.
Here.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas.
Here.
Mayor Big Stick.
Present.
And as Mayor Big Stick mentioned, there's a technical issue with the TV broadcast on Channel 26, so those wanting to participate remotely should view on the www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. The webcast is working, and there is a bit of a delay between real time and the webcast time, so we recommend that you, if you're calling in for a public comment, to call in a little bit early and raise your hand by pressing *5. We'll present a slide with the conference ID number and the phone number to call in when the time comes for public comment.
Thank you very much. I'm going to read the land acknowledgement now. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas, if you'll please lead us in the salute to the flag. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Assistant City Attorney Bizzano, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, the council met in closed session, and there is no reportable action.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to our special presentation tonight about Human Trafficking Prevention Month. I see Captain Clements approaching.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm pleased to be here to accept this proclamation this evening on behalf of Pamela Estes from the Human Trafficking Program Coordinator for the San Mateo County. Thank you for your time and for placing this important proclamation on the agenda. Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is Captain Chris Clements and I'm your Acting Chief of Police. The Human Trafficking Program at San Mateo County was created in 2016. It's a collaboration between the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office and the San Mateo County Police Chiefs and Sheriffs Association. Unfortunately, many people still think that human trafficking is a crime that only happens in other countries, but they are mistaken. It occurs throughout the United States and here in San Mateo County. It happens to women and girls, men and boys, foreign nationals, and United States citizens. In fact, latest data collected by the San Mateo County Human Trafficking Program indicates that law enforcement agencies and nonprofits have identified between 280 and 300 human trafficking victims a year who have some nexus to San Mateo County. These responses include minors and adults, labor and sex trafficking victims. We have no way of knowing how many people are victimized who don't cross paths with an agency or organization who can identify what is going on. The San Mateo County Human Trafficking Program works to enhance the response to human trafficking countywide in several different ways, seeking to encourage collaborative partnerships between county agencies and non-governmental organizations, working to enhance the delivery of services to victims, training law enforcement, and providing education and training, and to raise community awareness about the crime of human trafficking through a variety of events throughout the year. The Human Trafficking Program hosts a monthly meeting called the Human Trafficking Initiative. It is open to members of the governmental, non-governmental, faith, and community-based organizations, and members of the public who have a role or interest in the response to human trafficking within San Mateo County. These meetings focus on the response to human trafficking within our county, along with delivering relevant information on all aspects of human trafficking. We asked the community to learn about this crime so they understand how to identify the crime, and asked if they see something to say something. If someone is in immediate danger, dial 911. To report a suspicious circumstance from anywhere in the United States, you can contact the National Human Trafficking Hotline by dialing 1-888-373-788. Human trafficking is also considered child abuse, and if you suspect it involves a minor, please contact the San Mateo County Child Protective Services Hotline at 1-800-632-4615. To contact the Human Trafficking Program with any questions, or to request training for your agency or organization, or to simply get more involved in anti-trafficking movement, you can email stophumantrafficking@smcgov.org or visit the San Mateo County Human Trafficking Program website at stophumantraffickingsmc.org. Thank you for passing this resolution and raising awareness in our city.
Thank you. So I am going to read the resolution, the proclamation, and we'll go from there. Whereas the United States Senate designated January 11th as National Human Trafficking Awareness Day in 2007, and beginning in 2010, by presidential proclamation, each January has been designated National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. And whereas human trafficking involves commercial sexual exploitation and labor exploitation, sex trafficking is defined as a commercial sex act that is induced by force, fraud, or coercion. But if the person has not attained to the age of 18 years old, force, fraud, or coercion is not required. Labor trafficking is defined as the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, or coercion for the purpose of subjugation to involuntary servitude, peonage, debt bondage, or slavery. And whereas human trafficking is a human rights violation and a violation of both federal and California law, which also promotes the breakdown of families and communities, fuels organized crime, deprived countries of human capital, undermines public health, and imposes large economic costs. And whereas the crime of human trafficking is present in every country and every U.S. state, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations has identified California and the San Francisco Bay Area as an area of high prevalence for human trafficking. Although human trafficking is illegal, victims often do not recognize their victimization and do not know that help is available or where to seek assistance. And whereas forced labor, involuntary domestic servitude, and commercial sex exploitation of adults and youth have been found to exist within local communities, and whereas public awareness about human trafficking still needs to reach broader communities and communicate more information about the nuances of this crime, and whereas the County of San Mateo has dedicated resources, including the San Mateo County Human Trafficking Program, has supported the efforts of the San Mateo County Police Chiefs and Sheriff Association, and has partnered with other governmental and non-governmental organizations to identify and address human trafficking within San Mateo County. Now, therefore, I, Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2023 as Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the City of Pacifica, and do encourage its council members, employees, and residents to support the County of San Mateo's efforts in the fight against human trafficking and take action in one or more of the ways listed in an attached exhibit done this 23rd day of January 2023. And I believe Captain Clements has indicated many of those ways listed on the attached exhibit, but City Clerk Coffey, if you could tell us one more time where we can find that attached exhibit, please?
So after tonight, by tomorrow, we'll be posting a link on the City of Pacifica homepage at www.cityofpacifica.org. And there will be a link to the proclamation as well as the exhibit that lists ways to identify and prevent human trafficking.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments from the public? Does anyone want to say something? I appreciate that. If someone does want to say something, this could be an extraordinarily sensitive subject. Emily, is there any call-ins? No call-ins? Council, does anyone wish to say anything?
I was definitely surprised that you said there were 300 reported cases in the county, and which is a huge number to me. I would have never thought that it was that large, and so you have to consider the ones that aren't reported and never found out about, which could be tremendous. So, sorry.
Any other council members wish to say something? Last year, when I believe it was Pamela Estes gave the proclamation, or was here for the proclamation, she referred us to a movie series they were having about trafficking. It was quite good. I'm hoping that she'll be happy to give us that information again so that we could possibly refer people to those movies. As I was reading the proclamation and as I was recalling those films, some of which I did see, I was struck by that notion that there are people who are being trafficked online. The number is 650-898-6965. The conference ID is 383-609-442#. Press *5 to raise your hand. Do we have anybody on the phone at all? Okay. I'll give it another few seconds to see if somebody shows up, but it sounds like right now there aren't. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. I appreciate that if someone's watching online, the delay might mean that they're just now hearing me. So before we take the vote, I'll glance over at you one more time, Emily, to see if somebody showed up. And otherwise, do any council members have questions or comments on consent?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second?
We have a vote and a second. Emily, has anyone showed up to any discussion? Please vote.
But I forgot where my voting button is. Hopefully. Is it this one? Let's find out.
And the vote passes unanimously, and I just want to clarify, Councilmember Bowles, your vote is a yes? Yes. Is that correct? Yes. So that vote passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you very much. That brings us to oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during oral communications, provided, however, that during the oral communications portions of the agenda, only items not on the agenda for the meeting may be addressed. All remarks, we'd prefer it if you addressed us as a body and not a member. We won't be entering into debate with speakers, but that's a harsher way of saying essentially if you ask us a question, we won't immediately be able to answer. We can't discuss with you if you're speaking, but depending on the nature of your comment, sometimes we can briefly respond to a point after the fact. A maximum time of 3 minutes will be allowed for any speaker pursuant to Pacifica Municipal Code Title II, Chapter 1, Section 2-1.118. And please be kind in your communication. That's a personal request. So that being said, I have a card from Pete Shoemaker, I believe.
No,
That was from before. There were 2 items, so I wasn't sure. And I have one from Ken Miles. If anyone else wishes to make a comment, please bring your card up. Again, to dial in, it's 650-898-6965, conference ID 383-609-442 # and press *5 to raise your hand.
Thank you, brand new mayor and council. I have a handout for you, and I'm going to try to follow it.
Here, if you'd be so kind as to hand it to City Clerk Sarah Coffey. And Sarah, if you'd be so kind as to restart his time. Thank you.
Well, simply, it's a complicated issue, but then again, it's a simple issue. The city, in some areas of town, have insufficient number of city monuments used for surveying planted on the streets. And some of the areas that you might recognize as being the rural areas, like Valleymar, Pedro Point, Rockaway, and East Sharp Park, are basically have large stretches of places where there's no monuments located in the center lines of the streets or any place else. And it makes an issue where some people will say, well, how big is my property? And they'll get a survey done, and they'll find that their fences don't match their property lines. And it's a big problem in some areas. It started off when I first was aware of it in 1983, back of the valley. One house was sitting in the middle of a paper street, so the city had to abandon that part of Vespero, a paper street at that time. And that was a big, big, big loss for the city, I think, at the time, but it also a gain for the person. So I've had an ongoing issue with the neighbor, and he has with other folks too. So he had a survey made. It turned out, lo and behold, and the survey was recorded that he had 1.5 feet of my little house I have on the side, 80 feet by 1.5 feet of that, and it's going to be costly to take the fence down. But I gained 2 feet on his side, about the same amount of length. So I think it's could be a win-win thing. We just work it out. Oh no, it has to go further. And but the thing is, I gave some suggestions here. There's a photograph of a woman that there's 2 properties just south of this area where they're losing 3.5 feet, and the setback is right up against their house. And some of these misplaced fences or property lines, whichever is misplaced, includes retaining walls and underground utilities. So we're going to have a big problem in a lot of parts of Valleymar, where there's a cluster of city monuments at both ends. Rockaway has hardly any. They think they have 1 that I found. Pedro Point has 3, all in one street. And East Sharp Park, forget about it. You're going to have winners and losers all over the place. And so what I recommend is that the city must have had a program where they had city monuments before, because there are in the city, and the surveyors can go to the city and pay a fee and find out where the closest city monument is and make an accurate, precise survey.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. That is 3
All right.
minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Emily, do we have anyone calling in?
We have a call-in, but no raised hands. We can wait a little bit in case they need to raise their hand.
Okay. So again, it's *5 to raise your hand. Anyone who's watching online, please dial in 650-898-6965, conference ID 383-609-442 #. And I am trying to give as much time as possible, given that there must be a delay. So I'm not seeing a hand raised. So I'm going to close public comment at this point and bring it back to council for council communications. Who would like to start? Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I attended the City and County Association of Governments legislative meeting, And the most important topic we discussed was the reform to the Brown Act, because they are working on possibly making it so any commissions that vote on items would meet in person, but the accessory committees that report would still be allowed to meet in Zoom meetings, which is really important for us going forward. They are just working on it now. Yeah, that would be like an example of this meeting would be in person, but our open space committee could meet on Zoom because they don't vote.
What about planning?
Planning is a commission, and they would
PB&R.
meet in person.
And PB&R too, right?
So
Right.
they're just working on that right now to try to do reform for that. The City and County Association of Government, we had a meeting, we usually get presentations, estuary, congestion management, new appointment to the Sea Level Rise Committee, which he took Diane Pappin's location. I can't talk. I went to the Fairmont Homeowners Board. We met in person, was my first time. And we talked about, people are concerned about the SI, former Fairmont School, the laying of new fields there, and the traffic caused by that. And always we talked about the turn on Skyline from Hickey, which is a Caltrans issue. Eventually, by the time I am 5 years off of here, they'll maybe make a decision on that. I went to 2 different electrification meetings. I am trying to learn as much as I can about the process towards electrification. Plus, I like to insert my 2 cents in the meetings. I learned all about parliamentary procedure, had a long meeting on that, which was interesting. The Open Space Committee, they have a work plan where they're working on the trails, and there are conflicts between hikers, walkers, and bike riders, and there are different types of trails, and they're working on water issues there and also signage. They would like some signage. The Fog Fest Committee did an overview of the Fog Fest. Those were 2 on the same night, so I didn't get to go to all of the Fog Fest. And the Democrats meeting, Mike O'Neill was the speaker, who is always an interesting speaker. So that's it for me.
Thank you very much.
I'll go ahead.
Councilmember Beer.
Oh, thank you so much, Mayor. So I attended the special city selection where I applied for the HART Board, which is the Housing Endowment and Regional Trust Board of San Mateo County, and I was selected, so I'll be serving on that board. I'm very excited to get Pacifica at the seat at the table there. I attended the Economic Development Committee meeting where we had our Assistant City Manager, Carter, gave a beautiful presentation of the city finances, so thank you. I need to see it over and over again, and actually she made some slides that were actually kind of funny, which I think is helpful. So thank you for that, Yulia. I attended the Pacifica Resource Center meeting, the Mayor's Mental Health Initiative meeting, where we were talking about rebranding, and we're meeting with the county next week to continue the work that we started, so I'm super happy about that. I went and observed the Oceana High School Safety Plan with our interim Chief Clements, so thanks for being there. I participated and watched very closely the Code Red for Humanity, Pathways to Healthy Electric Cities. There was so much information in that hour and a half that it's hard for me to report back on it, but I learned a lot, and I feel like I just need to see it again. So if there's a recording out there, there is, right?
There will be.
I think I need to see it again, because that's how I learned, so. We had our Pacifica Pride meeting. We're moving right along. The festival is going to be at IBL, so we're really excited about that. We're doing some fundraising around it because we know it's going to cost us some money to do the permitting and the overtime for our police officers and things like that. So we're moving right along with that. So thank you again to Katie at Table Wine and to Coast Pride. I had to miss my first North Coast County Water District meeting because we were at the Cal Cities Mayors and Councilmen Members Academy. So it was really good to be there again. I went up there with the mayor and with Councilmember Bowles, so it was really good to sit with you, Christine, and learn with you. So thank you for doing that with us. We saw information about social media, the Brown Act, the governor's budget. I'm on the Peninsula Division Executive Committee for Cal Cities, and I've been placed on the Environmental Quality Policy Committee. So we were able to talk about that and to hopefully recruit some new folks to join in on the policy committees as we move forward. And I attended the Pacifica Democrats meeting and heard Mike.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bowles.
She's too busy.
Who shall you be?
I also attended Actera's Code Red for Humanity, and just one of the things I'll share, and this is something that Palo Alto and San Mateo cities are really working on. They've identified water heaters as one of the biggest emission issues in homes, and are really working to switch those out to electric heat pumps, and are providing all kinds of outreach, and there's a lot of grants from Peninsula Clean Energy and so forth, and I think these are things that we can start to bring back, as we talk about our climate goals and our climate action plan too. I attended the Pacific Beach Coalition meeting, and so they had stopped some of the beach cleanups because of safety issues with some of the sewage and safety concerns at the bluffs, but those have started back up again now. And they have a big fundraiser on February 10th, a film at the Mildred Owen Concert Hall. Just wanted to announce that's their big fundraiser.
I got my ticket.
Sorry?
I got my ticket.
Okay, me too. I'll see you there. It's a surf movie on surfing in Ireland, which is really interesting. And I also missed the emergency preparedness meeting because I was in Sacramento with my council members here. I just thought I'd share a little bit. I didn't really know what the League of Cities was before I went, and it's an organization that advocates at the state level for local control, for cities to maintain local control and to keep the state from taking our funding. So all but 4 cities in the whole state participate in this, and then they also give a lot of training to new and existing council members on all kinds of issues. CEQA law, Brown Act, ethics, land use, council manager roles, social media, financial things. It was really good, a lot of information in a short amount of time. And it's also good networking with other people in other cities. They encourage us to steal from them, that we don't need to come up with new ideas ourselves, that most cities, we can learn from and bring things here. So all that networking is good. A couple of things that that came out of that the state is facing a deficit, and right now Newsom is proposing cuts for climate change, climate resiliency, and adaptation. So those might have impacts here. Obviously, this is just his proposed budget, so we need to advocate on the state and to our elected leaders locally. Our jars all dropped when we heard that they might be cutting the Coastal Commission funding by 50%. Already the Coastal Commission is very understaffed and overworked, and we're not sure what that's going to mean. New fire maps are out for state responsibility areas and are now being reviewed by the various departments, and the local maps should be out soon. And then I asked City Manager Woodhouse earlier if he could update us on the housing element, and I'm hoping he might be able to update the public also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bowles. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes. Well, I had, same night as Sue Otterloss, I had about 3 meetings back to back and tried to cover them all. And I'm going to tell you, Mary, that I was not successful with the North Coast County Water District meeting, to the degree that when I was finished with my JPA, the Advanced Life Support meeting, and got onto the meeting, I happened onto their closed session. And one of the items on their closed session was the City of Pacifica issue. Now, it was not intentional, it just happened, and the camera was rolling. I didn't know what they were doing. And so, because it was quiet, I just stopped, looking at that and said, oh, they'll talk and then I'll know where they are. Well, I didn't watch it, I didn't see it, and I didn't hear it because it was turned off, the sound. But then they came back, and then I heard a voice. I went, oh, I better find that tab and figure out what's going on. And then I did a public comment to explain the confusion and that I had been there to attend on behalf, and I apologize profusely, but just so you know and you have that awareness that that occurred, I want you to know that. Okay, thank you. Okay. So I mentioned the Advanced Life Support meeting. That was a very productive meeting from the point of view that we hadn't had one for a little while, although, well, the last one that we had, Councilmember O'Neill attended on my behalf. And this is the joint powers agreement between the cities in the San Mateo County, and it has everything to do with our ambulance service. That's what it's really all about. Our pre-hospital advanced life support service. And so there are complicated financial arrangements, and there are service levels, and they need to respond within a certain amount of minutes, and if our paramedics respond before the ambulance gets there, then there's a payback that goes to the city to cover those costs. So it's very detailed, and there's a lot of information. Rico Medina was named chair of that group, and I'm looking forward to having more detailed conversations in the future. It was a good meeting. I attended a sea level rise local government workshop meeting on the 17th, and this is in preparation for a meeting happening this Friday in Santa Barbara. In that meeting, I had the great opportunity to virtually meet the new executive director of the Coastal Commission, Kate Hucklebridge. She formerly was a director of the Oceans and something else division. She's a PhD scientist and obviously very good at her job, knows a lot about coastal issues, and I'm looking forward to getting to know her more. The meeting that is set for Friday is going to include a range of stakeholders, and what this meeting is designed to do is take to the next level the work that the local governments have been doing with Coastal Commission, to Coastal Commissioners as their subcommittee, and Coastal Commission staff. And so it's representatives from the Coastal Cities Group, of which I am the vice chair. That's through League of Cities. Representatives from CSAC, which is Community Association of something. It's all of the supervisors. So like cities have an organization for League of Cities, they have basically League of Counties, let's put it that way. I always, every single time, have to look up what it stands for. But it's a nice representation of folks, and there's a framework for working together. There's a number of documents that the Coastal Commission has approved around how we move forward. And the next step is really to bring stakeholders that we've been hearing from to a meeting, to have frank discussions about how do we handle sea level rise, what's covered in the Coastal Act, what isn't, and to look at things like how do we address when there's a neighborhood section where some properties have armoring and some don't, and how do we handle those? Right now, it's handled parcel by parcel, each individually, separately. But we know that our neighborhoods suffer or benefit from the same circumstances. And so it's really to start to flesh out, what does a neighborhood scale look like? This is something that was brought forward by the former executive director of Coastal Commission, Jack Ainsworth, into this group for discussion. So it has been discussed a lot among these elected officials and some staff members. But now it's time to bring in other groups who have been very interested, obviously, in these issues and have been letting us know their interests. So two major groups that are going to be at the meeting are the Surfrider Foundation and Smart Coast California. There are a couple of other folks from UCLA Law will be attending, and there's a posted agenda which has some questions for discussion. And the purpose of all of this is to listen and to hear what the concerns are and have that then inform the working plan for this group going forward over the next year. So I know I'll have lots to report back after the 27th, just to tell you how it went and what we did. Pride meeting was wonderful. I'm working on the parade. And the resource management and climate protection meeting that I attended on the 18th had a great presentation from the California Workforce Development Board. And what I really appreciate about this group is they're working on developing workforce people ready for green jobs. We keep hearing there's green jobs, it's going to be great for the economy, but they're really talking about what are the skills needed and working with labor groups and identifying opportunities so that, and working with industry so that there is a pathway for people into these jobs. And so that was really made me happy because, for example, tying back to the electrification issues, and I've made it about that far through the Code Red recording, a lot of times when I'm in these meetings at Resource Management and Climate Protection, it comes up about changing equipment, changing appliances, changing systems, and how many of the providers of these services at this time, right now, aren't well-versed in this. And what are the professional, I call it professional development training opportunities that need to be made available for people already working in the industry, but also for educating people coming up into the industry so that these, like electric water heaters aren't an anomaly or something you have to call 3 different plumbers to try to find somebody who can take care of that for you. So that was very good information, and I'm looking forward to that. And sorry, I know you're ready to talk, but one more thing. BOSCA presents at this meeting every month, and of course, I was super excited to hear their presentation. BOSCA stands for Bay Area Water something, I forgot what the rest of it is, Association. And it has to do with, everything to do with water and rainfall and the Tuolumne River and Hetch Hetchy and all of the reservoirs throughout the state, and we get this report every month. And you probably see it in CCAG. And it's always dire. And it's always, reinforcing the message. We still need to conserve. And I'm here to reinforce the message. We still need to conserve because while we had a tremendous amount of rain and our reservoirs are doing really, really well relative to how they were doing 2 months ago, a month ago, we've had a drought for several years. And we need to continue to see this kind of rainfall to be able, not this kind of rainfall, but consistent rainfall to be able to see the reservoirs really regain what they've lost. But it was, on the whole, a positive report, and our local system is at 98.7% of max storage. That's Crystal Springs. And the statement was made in considering the amount of rain that we had over the end of December, early January timeframe. The statement was made, it's a good thing that Crystal Springs was as low as it was, because now that it's 98.7, there, it would have had, be overflowing. Then they would have had to release. And when the creeks that we've seen and all of the high water, that would have been interesting and not good, and not in a good way. So very interesting information, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging time, though I think that this is our opportunity to report out to one another, which is a rare opportunity we have, and so that's the reason why I don't mind giving room for that. It's as close as we get to being able to have a conversation. Thank you. Sunnin Phai La. Happy Lunar New Year, everybody. I attended the City Selection Committee meeting that Mary alluded to earlier, along with, all of the mayors get together essentially and vote on which council members are appointed to certain regional boards. Congratulations to Councilmember Beer for being appointed to HART. I was appointed to LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission. Subsequent to that, we had our first meeting last Wednesday. It was interesting. We had a study session about a special police protection district in Broadmoor. It was also interesting serving on a board with our newly elected Supervisor Ray Mueller, along with Supervisor Warren Slocum and other council members from the area. And so I'm going to enjoy very much, I think, serving on this board. I got to attend our Chris Hunter's retirement party. Chris Hunter, of course, amongst the many other hats he wears in Pacifica, being the chief of staff for our former county supervisor, Don Horsley. And I was just struck by how much love he has cultivated in not just our community, but the region, given the folks who attended his soiree. I attended the Actera Code Red with my fellow council members, apparently, though it was by Zoom, so you didn't really see who was on the call. What I walked away from it with was that I have an understanding we'll likely be discussing codes around existing buildings at goal setting, and it reaffirmed to my mind to keep an eye on the way the city of San Mateo has been handling it, because the city of San Mateo may have actually come up with a good working model that might translate well into Pacifica. So just more food for thought as we go into goal setting. I had the opportunity to attend Mike Perez's retirement party, our former directors of Parks, Beaches, and Recreation. Again, it was really amazing to see how many lives he's touched, the entirety of our community, and hear his family roasting him a little bit. It was a good time. I watched the Planning Commission meeting last Monday a little bit, and that brought me into the Cal City's new mayors and council members orientation that I got to enjoy with Councilmember Bowles, Councilmember Beckmeyer, and our city manager, Kevin Woodhouse. What did I say?
The bees.
It's the bees. Well, so
I would have liked to have been there.
since Councilmember Bowles talked largely about everything we all got to experience and did so quite comprehensively, and thank you. The one thing that struck out at me that I'll just reiterate is that the state's thinking about a 50% cut to the Coastal Commission budget, which will not be making our lives any easier if they actually go through with that, so hoping they don't. Aside from that, I did have the opportunity in Sacramento to network a little bit with fellow council members. Also, I got to see State Senator Josh Becker in his new natural habitat in Sacramento. And he actually introduced me to other lawmakers up there, so that was a wonderful networking opportunity. We also spent some time talking to Eddie Flores from South City. So that was a very useful, I think, networking opportunity to really build our relationships and bring them closer to fruition for our respective communities. City Manager, I am hoping that you'll acquiesce to Councilmember Bull's request in giving us a brief update on where we are with housing element. Part of the reason why I can't remember Councilmember Beer's name is because a barrage of information that was not particularly pleasant came through over the course of a short span of time. Usually I begin by saying something reminiscent of a prayer for what's going on in Ukraine, and of course over the last couple of days we've been hearing about the Monterey Park mass shooting in relation to Lunar New Year. I was seeing a prospective business owner. He had interest in the French patisserie around 2 o'clock this afternoon down here at the Promenade and wasn't listening to news accordingly. And then at 4:40, I was having a special closed session with the rest of council and did not hear news accordingly. And so it threw me for a curve when I heard that there has been a mass shooting in Half Moon Bay over the course of this afternoon, that 7 people are dead, that we have a suspect in custody, and it leaves me in a frame of mind in which it's hard for me to remember my fellow council members' names. There was also a small bit of personal information that came through about a family member, which didn't ease what's going on in my brain any whatsoever, and coupled with I haven't eaten particularly well today. So my heart is with Half Moon Bay. I certainly intend on reaching out to Half Moon Bay shortly to give condolences and see if the city of Pacifica can in any way ease their pain. I can't imagine what they're going through right now, nor would I want to, and this is the moment in time in which I think it's really important to remember that community is not merely Pacifica. We talk about our regional boards, the regional relationships we make, and when our sister city is suffering in this fashion, my heart is with you, Pacifica's heart is with you. My fellow council members may wish to weigh in, but following staff communications, we will be taking a 15-minute recess so that I can collect myself to the point in which hopefully I can remember my fellow council members' names once again. And with that, I open it to staff.
Thank you, Mayor Big Stick, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. Several brief communications. I'll start with the good news that we received recently a letter from Congresswoman Eshoo that our request for repaving dollars, federal repaving dollars, has been approved by both the House and the Senate. It's on its way, waiting signature from the President. And that's approximately, I believe, an $800,000 federal funding for the the Sharp Park Priority Development Area, part of Francisco leading into Sharp Park and more. So that's great news. The city is working on a storm response summary that we will publish tomorrow. I think it'll be in the city's For the Record category on our website. Due to the significance of the storms that hit us over the holidays and the weeks thereafter and have now subsided, we have brought together just a comprehensive summary, not in great depth, but just to note the extent of the work that was required, the impacts that were received, all the way from trees being down to the amount of staff time involved in responding to storms. So we'll be publishing that tomorrow. And then finally, the request for some update information about the housing element I can provide. The work for this significant undertaking continues, and staff and the consultants have been working diligently to finalize the public review draft, and this is following the public meetings that were held. And a rough draft is undergoing internal review in planning as well as with consultants. And as that review has proceeded, gaps have been identified that require further work to address those gaps. So therefore, at this point in time, the estimated release date is early February. We want to release a draft that's as comprehensive as possible. So that's our targeted release date, is early February. And then finally, I did enjoy being in Sacramento at the new mayor and council members orientation, League of Cities conference with the mayor and council member Bowles and council member Beer, as well as it was great to catch up statewide with other city managers and meet other elected officials across the state and just realize how much all of our cities have in common.
It was sincerely a delight watching you reconnect with your fellow city managers. There was a great deal of joy involved with the process. So with that, later tonight I will be adjourning the meeting in honor of those who have lost their lives in Half Moon Bay this afternoon. And before moving on to consideration items, we will take a 15-minute recess. We'll be reconvened, let's say, at 8:17. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Welcome back. We are reconvening at 8:18. We have no public hearings this evening, so our first consideration item, accept the City of Pacifica's annual comprehensive financial report, ACFR, and related financial reports for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022. Can we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. The item before you tonight is acceptance of the ACFR report. It stands for Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. As you well know, every year we conduct the annual audit. Can you hear me now?
Maybe closer?
Huh. Is that better? Okay. Okay, let me start over again.
Okay.
So the item before you tonight is acceptance of the annual comprehensive financial report. As you know, we conduct annual audit every year, and it's typically led by independent audit firm. The city is currently in a contract with Mason Associates. And once the audit process is complete, we prepare annual comprehensive financial report, which is subject for tonight's presentation. And tonight, I'm very pleased to introduce Lucy Shea. So she's our new Deputy Finance Director who joined us just in December, I believe, and hit the ground running right away in the production of this report, so which was completely unfair to her. And I also want to acknowledge that it's been a challenging year for the whole finance department, as we operate nearly at 40% vacancy rate for the majority of the year. So that was a challenge, as you can imagine, for our already lean team. And as we filled some of the critical vacancies now, I want to highlight the efforts that everyone, the entire staff and the auditing team too, have put together in this project, bringing this report actually on schedule to you tonight. And before I turn it to Lucy, I also want to mention that the city was a proud recipient of the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting last year for our ACFR report last year, and we received this award from the Government Finance Officers Association of United States and Canada, also known as GFOA. And this certificate is the highest form of national recognition in governmental accounting and financial reporting, and represents a significant achievement by the city and the finance staff. So this year we will, and I also want to mention that it was, well, the first time in the recent past, at least in a decade, that the city received this award. So we believe that the report that's in front of you tonight also continues to meet these high standards, and as we are planning to submit for another award this year. So once we finalize the report, and we feel really strongly that it is important to continue at this high note because it speaks to our commitment to excellence and also builds trust and confidence, hopefully, with you, City Council, and the community. And on that high note, I want to turn it to Lucy to walk us through the ACFR.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. So tonight I'm going to give a quick recap of the ACFR for the year, fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022. In this presentation, I'm going to discuss the components and highlights of this annual report. So I also share with the financial statement audit result. So the ACFR, as you can tell, if you read it, is like very long. It's like 170 pages or 80 pages. But it's kind of standard-driven and contains a wide range of information that are good for the interested parties, like residents, taxpayers, grantors, financial institutions, credit rating agencies, and bond rating agencies. So this report is prepared according to the general accepted accounting principles set by the Government Accounting Standards Board. So basically, it consists of 3 parts. The first part is introductory, and if you take a look at the table of contents, you know that introductory has a transmitter letter, city council organization chart, and a list of city executive staff. The second part is financial part, which is the core content of the report. It consists of a management discussion and analysis, government-wide financial statements, fund financial statements, and notes to the basic financial statements, and some kind of required supplementary information. The third part is the statistic part. It will give you some kind of 10-year trend information about revenue sources and like debt information, demographics, and operating indicators of some departments. So, government-wide financial statements. So, this includes two parts. The first part is a statement of net position. It's kind of like a balance sheet for a private company, and the statement of activities is something like the income statement. So it uses the full accrual basis of accounting, so it captures also long-term assets and the long-term liabilities. So the city's financial report distinguishes governmental activities from business type activities. So governmental type activities are functions of the city that are principally supported by taxes and intergovernment functions. The business type activities include functions that are intended to cover or recover all of the costs through the user fees charges. So our famous business type activity fund is sewer funds. Fund financial statements. So a fund is a group of related accounts that is used to maintain control over resources that have been segregated for specific activities or objectives. And the city actually has about 30 funds to account for different purposes. So the city uses fund accounting to ensure and demonstrate compliance with governmental finance-related legal requirements. Fund accounting actually is generally used by government and nonprofit organizations because we are trying to focus on accountability and internal control instead of profitability. So the city, all the funds in the city actually can be divided into two categories. Is one, the governmental funds and the proprietary funds. I also want to mention that there is a fiduciary funds. It's just for your information purpose because the city is working as a physical agent. So our famous fiduciary financial statement is for the successor agency as from the former redevelopment agency. So I also want to tell you that for governmental funds, we need to bear in mind that it's using current financial resources. It's using this kind of so you can think about it as almost like a cash basis of accounting. So revenue coming in, expenses we are paying out. So it doesn't touch upon long-term assets and long-term liabilities. So that's why there's a reconciliation of governmental funds to government-wide activities in the statement net position and statement of activities report. So the preparatory fund, however, use like a business, like a full accrual accounting. So it's using the economic resources measurement focus. So it will cover fixed assets and all the long-term debt of the bonds that that entity has. For the example, the sewer fund. So far, so good. I hope that you can bear with me because I think that it's really lots of technical terms, and I would like to, when I was thinking about making this presentation, I was thinking how to make people understand. I mean, some of you haven't been here at a long time, and you may always hear these terms, but then still you will have a little question. But I thought, so I'm thinking about making an analogy. I'm thinking about trying to get across this meaning to make things simpler and easy for you to understand. So I think, like, thinking governmental fund statements, like our individual household financial or cash situation. So for example, we have a family of three, I was thinking about a Papa Bear, a Mama Bear, and Kate Bear. So Papa Bear also working and getting cash, direct deposit into the bank account, and he's making all the household expenses such as mortgage, real property tax, some car payments. Mama Bear also has her side of income, like cash coming into her bank account, and she's making all the travel, grocery shopping, entertainment. And then this kid is maybe in college and studying, and he has some part-time job, and he's paying his own cell phone bills or books or clothing, but he has a student loan to pay his tuition, and he got his transfer from his daddy's account, Papa Bear account, to make payment for the tuition. So at the end of the year, think about what is a fund, governmental fund financial statement. It's all those three people's cash position at the end. We have beginning cash position, and then we have revenue coming in, we have expenses going out. So the government fund is, the fund balance is something basically as cash basis. Even though there's some kind of a little exception, we may accrue if we are doing credit cards payment, so we have to accrue that kind of expenses, even though we haven't made that payment. So it's more like cash basis modified accrue. But the overall situation of this household, what do you think? Is that three people's cash situation adding together? No, because they are living in a household, so they have a home, they have a mortgage. That mortgage will be showing up as a capital assets in the governmental-wide, that state or statement of net position. So it's our assets. And the long-term liabilities also will show up. So in the statement of net position to show our liabilities and some car payments, maybe loans, student loan. So that's more like a full picture of the whole financial situation of this household. It's not just the cash basis. So that's what I want to say. And then the preparatory fund statement, think about it as an adult kid. He has his own income, he's married, he's filing his own tax returns. Maybe he's living at the backyard, like ADAU, but then they're sharing the same location, the same address. So that's the whole picture. So we are talking about governmental activities, business type activities here. So government activities basically is a fundamental. Those are three, Papa Bear, Mama Bear, and Kid Bears. They are cash position, and then they are trying to accrue those assets and accrue those liabilities, so that is their situation. And the business type activities that adult kid has their own income, filing separate tax returns, in my opinion. So for the city of Pacifica, when we are looking at the statement of net position, the bottom line is very important. We take a look and say, hey, 2021 is 73.4 million, and 2022, the net position is 84.4 million. So we almost have an 11 million increase. And out of this 11 million increase, we know that have this kind of change, and then we can see the current assets and the other assets is like a big change. So we have lots of, that means we may have lots of cash. We have accounts receivable. So this kind of, and then we can come back, go to the statement of activities. Statement of activities, the net position should be the same as the previous statement of position. So this is more like a revenue and expenses when we are trying to take a look and see how the city is doing. And we can say, oh, the revenue and program revenues, charge for service is an increase of almost 4 million. So you can think, how is the change composed of? So we can tell that most of this charge for service is actually from the business type activities. Is our sewer change? We have charge of charge for service in 2022 is almost 19.5 million, and the 2021 is about 16.5 million. So, and then if you take a look at the operating grants, we have 5.1 million change, and this is mostly due to our ARPA money. We have 4.6, and there are some other something stands out like taxes or other revenue. So a major portion of it is our vehicle license fee. Last year, we have about 2.6 million. This year, 2022, we received 4.3, so it's a 1.7 million vehicle license fee backfill according to the state, the San Mateo County. So this is a this is a good showing that our city is actually, I think, is really doing good in this sense. It's 11 million increase, and think about it, 11 million divided by this 73 million previous year is almost 15% increase. So it's really applaudable. And now I'd like to see the general fund tell you the comparative, comparison between for the general fund, revenue, expenditure, and the fund balance. So general fund is the major operating fund of the city. So I would think it's just like maybe Papa Bear is like the head of a household. That's his situation right now. So we can tell this, the revenue actually increased about 6 million, and then expenditure is increased about 4 million. But then we take a look at the fund balance. It's pretty much the same. So the reason is because transfer out. So the general fund is helping other funds, so maybe transfer the money for the projects for the general capital improvement fund, disaster accounting fund. So this is, so that's why it's showing it's okay, but not like doing very, very well. But the other funds are doing much, much better because of the transfer from the general fund. So now I would like to share you some of the financial trends. As I indicated before, the net position is a very useful indicator of the whole city's financial situation. And we can see that the city has a steady, the trend line is a kind of a steady improvement and progress. So it's good. And then the enterprise fund, this proprietary funds, so just like the standalone, this sewer lateral fund. So it's doing good as well. So we are seeing 31 million this year. Last year is 28 million. So it's good. So, and then governmental fund balance. So that's what I refer to as a combination of a mama bear, papa bear, and kid bear. So their situation is increased as well. So this is good. So we have 45 million in 2022, and 2021 is only 36.8 million. So general fund balance 5-year trend. So this is talking about the head of household, the Papa Bear. So he's doing okay, and we are kind of steady. So, and especially considering the governmental fund statements, they are strong. So meaning the Papa Bear, that this general fund is subsidizing, is transferring, helping other funds. So I think this is also very okay. Last, actually, I really want to call your attention is the general fund unassigned balance, because general fund is our operating fund, is our major fund. So we always want to take a look at the bottom line. What is our general fund balance, especially the unassigned fund balance? Unassigned meaning unrestricted. We can use it for anything, for any rainy days, for emergency contingency. So this year, we are saying 7.4 million. Last year is almost 8 million. 7.4 million is actually out of our general fund total expenditure is about 38 million. So it's still about 19.4 million, 19.4%. So I think the GFOA has a suggested fund balance requirement 2 months of general fund expenditure. So general fund expenditure 2 months is like 16.5, 1/6, right? So 16.5. So this balance is more than that requirement. We are meeting that requirement. And I also want to mention that if you are taking a look at our ACFA report, you can see that there's a assigned portion, especially the assigned portion. We are acting according to the City Council resolution. We have some assigned for emergency, like legal fees, like child care reserve, and compensated absence, and especially we also have another 10% of general fund expenditure fund balance there. So considering that, actually the city is doing relatively okay. I came from city of El Cerrito. I hate to say that, but 1 year we don't see any fund balance. It's zero, negative. So this, I mean, at our size, like Pacifica, so I think 7 million is good, but we could do better. So hopefully we can gradually build up our fund balance. So this is just a recap again, so telling us that government-wide assets exist liabilities, which is our net position. So we see an increase of 11 million over the last fiscal year. And just telling that city-wide revenues, which is in the statement of activities, we saw revenue 71.6, and it's an increase of 12.1 million over the 20.3% over the prior fiscal year. And then city-wide expenses was 61.5 million, an increase of 2.6 million, or 4.3%. And I mentioned again the proprietary net position, which actually is an enterprise fund. The sewer fund increased 2.4 million because of the sewer charges and rate adjustment. We have 31.1 million. So when you read the financial statement, just read all these big items. So what is the next item is governmental funds. What is the balance? So right now we have 45.1 million, so increase of 8.2 million over the prior fiscal year. And then with general fund revenue totaled 42.5, an increase of 6.8 million. Yeah, and the general fund expenditure totaled 38.1 million, an increase of 4.1%. 4.1 million. So the general fund balance was 16.3 million, a slight decrease of 0.2 million from prior fiscal year of 6.5 million, mainly because some prior period adjustment. And also, the last one is a general fund unassigned balance of 7.1 million, amounts to 90.4% of the general fund expenditure. So it's good for our contingency or emergency or rainy days. And now I would like to share auditors, the financial statement auditor result. This is the kind of standard when you have a clean financial statement audit. They will always say that, okay, the financial statement referred above present fairly in all material aspects. So they will issue this kind of a clean auditor report. So we're happy that we have this kind of report. Some cities might have unqualified opinion. So this is called unqualified opinion. So if you have qualified opinion, then it's not a good thing. And if you have a disclaimer, it's not a good thing. If you have an adverse opinion, it's not a good thing. So we have an unqualified clean report. And then I mentioned again that because of, I think, Julia's pushing, and so last year we got this kind of a 2021 financial statement for this excellence in financial reporting. I think Pacifica hasn't had this kind of award for a long time, so I think we will try to make it this year. So we are hoping. So we will, after this presentation, I will take another one look at the ACFA again, and then we will submit for this award. So thank you. That's my end of my presentation. Thank you.
And I just want to add one thing. So although you see a very nice increase in the net position for the city, I want to highlight that some of the reason for some of these increases are one-time funds that we received last fiscal year. So as Lucy said, it's ARPA funds of 4.6 million and 1.7 million roughly. Again, one-time VLF backfill that we received. So although it does look like a good news, it's not sustainable long term.
Thank you so much. That was a very good report for a very complex issue, so thank you very much for that. Council, do we have any questions for staff?
I have a couple.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Thank you. Just quickly, I'm looking at packet page, hold on.
Make sure the mic can hear you, please.
Oh, sorry. Packet page 434. Can you explain this to me, please, what this is? Overlapping tax, direct and overlapping government activities debt. And it lists debt that is like all these other entities that aren't us. And I wanted to understand how this interrelates with the city of Pacifica.
Thank you for asking this question. So this is in the statistics section. So normally we get this information from the county's tax office, the assessor's office, or auditor's office. So this is more like for the credit agency to take a look and see what is our debt ratio like. So the higher is not good. So I don't know how they calculate it exactly. So
I have a feeling it has something to do with what % of the debt of these other entities, when they have parcel taxes and bonds and COPs and all the debt instruments they take out. Now, especially because I'm looking at the last one, Pacifica Elementary School District, Laguna Salada, and the estimated percentage applicable is 99.877%. That's probably because so much of the payors of that debt reside in Pacifica, whereas like the community college district is this whole big thing in San Mateo County, not just Pacifica. I just never saw this report before. It never focused on it. And I just thought, we don't owe anything on this, right? This is just statistically.
It's a statistical section of the report, and this report is actually prepared by an outside consultant,
Right.
not even the audit firm.
Right.
So it's a requirement of ACFRA report. So every agency that produces ACFRA orders
the
this
same way.
report,
Okay, got
from
it.
this consultant.
I will try to understand it next time.
I know, it's esoteric.
Yeah, we can
I'm
get
sorry.
more additional information what assumptions used.
That's the only question I had right now.
Councilmember Bowles, do you have a question?
The 84.4 million that you mentioned, the assets exceed liabilities, I'm trying to understand, and I was trying to dig into our long-term debt too, just to understand those numbers. I'm not sure if that included the long-term debt.
Yes.
It does.
Yes.
So-
this is the statement of net position is a full accrual basis of accounting, so it captures all the fixed assets and also the liabilities. So
Okay.
assets
Including
might-
our pension debt and so forth, it's still?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe I misread that in the report. I'll have to go back and look. Can you, I think it's on packet page 399, explain the debt that we're currently carrying? There's 25.5 million in government activities. It mentions 2016 COP, Certificate of Participation. 38 million in business type, which was the sewer bonds, I think. Just so I understand what that is.
I'm sorry, Christine, where are you? Can you?
Packet page
Packet page
399?
339?
339? Okay.
39.
At the bottom, governmental activities, the long-term debt, section 5.
339?
And like I see the Civic Center lease, the new 4 million that was added to that this year, for example, but I'm trying to understand what the older numbers are for.
Oh, so this is in the notes section. This is why this is very important to read all these notes. So the notes has all the details, the breakdowns. So the governmental activity that we have a 2016 COP, and we have the
If you look at
the 2019 pension, the 2019 pension bonds, when we refinanced, because some of the sewer lottery people also have we are trying to fund the pension bonds. So, but the employees in the sewer funds is also city employees. So we have this percentage, 88% 6 is for the city employees and for government-wide fund, but the other 11 something is for the sewer lottery fund.
So the audit report goes further in explaining each line item. So this notes section that is important to read to understand what that service was issued for. As you can see, if you scroll down from your you mentioned, well,
so grade down to
line 339, and if you go to the next page, you can see governmental activities that explain civic service, center campus improvement project, so it's explaining what was done and how this 4 million was added. And keep scrolling down to note 5, long-term debt obligations. You can see additional information for the COP project for 2016, and moving on to other line items. So you can see all the details on the prior year's debt that was issued.
And Councilmember Bowles, I'm not sure if this is part of what you are asking, but I do believe the 2016 COPs are refunding of the debt, the borrowing for the police station construction.
Okay, that was my question, yeah. Okay, so we're still paying some of that off. Just one thing I wanted to point out to council on 346. Let me go to that page. I was just looking at the wastewater bonds, and as we're looking at, possibly issuing other bonds for the 5-year CIP, it just struck me that, the principal that we're borrowing was 22 million, and the interest that we're paying over the terms of the loan is 13 million. So that's quite a lot. So just and I know that was a thought as you were looking at the 4 million of the Civic Center of trying to keep a shorter term so that we're not, just as a lot of money to be losing to interest. Just a couple of other things. So just on your projections on page 304, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, that I think you have a 2% cost of living for salaries, and obviously that might go up with inflation issues this year. And then just one other question that actually came up at the Cal Cities as we were looking at finance things. They recommended the best practice for audit firms to work with them for a term of 3 to 5 years, but to have some change so that you have a new perspective and maybe new ideas and a new eye. So I don't know how long we've been working with our consultant, but they've done a great job. I really appreciate the report and your work too.
And that's an important point. So the best practice is actually for 5 years and change the auditors, unless, again, you have new staff and new management team on the auditor side. So there is no conflict of interest. And I believe that's exactly what, we've been with Mace for more than, definitely more than 4 years. But we changed staff. So we have completely new audit team and we have completely new city team. So that makes us compliant with this best practice to continue.
Yeah, so the auditing firms generally have several engagement partners. So they can, one partner can work on this engagement for 3 or 4 years, and then they can turn it over to another engagement partner. So that's how we can.
And eventually we will go out for RFP and we will solicit proposals. Just one thing I want to highlight, it's really difficult on staff to change the auditors because the first time of the new engagement is really, well, typically a very more intense process. And given that we had challenges on its own, it wasn't the right year to do this.
Yeah, you take a look at all the other cities. Most of the time, they keep the same auditing firm for like a long time, and because the engagement partners are different, so it's okay.
Do we have any other questions from council? If you would take a very brief moment to just go over again that Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. I want to end on a high note before we go to public comment. Tell me a little bit more about it. Did we need to ask them for it? Does somebody send out, how does it work?
Yes. So the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting is the highest form of recognition by national standards.
National.
Yes, it's issued by the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada. And typically how it works, there are like excessive list of items to comply with. If I remember it right, it's like 17 different categories and different subcategories in each, and it's just really teeny tiny, very tedious level of details, like the cover page should comply to the standards. And that's, I'm not exaggerating here. So it's very, very tedious way. We actually applied in the past, the year before we got the award, and we didn't get it. And but it was a good exercise to do it anyway, because we reached the standards. So it's a really highest national recognition in government accounting, and we are really proud to receive this award, and to really certainly hope that this current document will also continue maintaining the standards.
So we'll be applying again.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations to our city, but congratulations to you for putting together a report of this caliber. Thank you. With that, let's go to public comment. I don't currently have any cards, and I have one member in the public who is welcome to speak if he'd like. While he's pondering that, to anybody who might be calling in.
We have 2 call-ins, but no raised hands.
So if you do want to raise your hand, please press *5. Since right now live streaming is the only mode of viewing remotely we have, I'm going to make sure to pause and give our viewers time to consider whether or not they want to press *5 to say something. To anyone else who might be watching, the dial-in number is 650-898-6965, conference ID 383-609-442#, *5 to raise your hand, and no one's raising their hand, so we are going to close public comment and bring it back to council. Any deliberation, council? Shall we have a motion if there's no deliberation? Do it, do it.
Go for it, Christine. I move to accept the report on the finances.
I'll second.
We have a Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
It worked on the board.
Thank you very much. So then we're moving on to our final.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank you. Well done.
So much,
Thank you.
Mama Bear.
Mama Bear, Mama Bear.
Good job.
Okay, moving on to our final item, number 6, updates to the City Council Rules and Code of Ethics. Proposed action is adopt the updates to the City Council Rules and Code of Ethics as recommended by the council appointed 2 council member ad hoc subcommittee, the city manager, attorney, and city clerk. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Bigstick, Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlos, council members, Kevin Woodhouse, city manager. I'm pleased to present this item tonight, which is a continuation from September 12th, when the city council first took up considering recommended revisions to the city council rules and code of ethics. What I'll do in this presentation is provide some context about the rules and code of ethics, and then one of the struggles with the previous September 12th discussion was not having a detailed presentation about the recommendations prior to public comment. So my recommendation, unless the mayor and the council deems otherwise, is to then go through the remaining either the recommendations that were already considered by council, or start where the council left off previously and go through the policy and the track changes so I can summarize what they are, then take council questions, and then public comment, and then back to council for deliberation. So there are options there, but I wanted to provide the option of being very detailed in the staff presentation about the recommended changes.
Oh, I see. Yes, please do.
Okay, great. Let's begin. So first, why are we looking at the city council rules and code of ethics? Well, it's a best practice of ours to as we can, to revisit policies and to update them. And this is a policy that hasn't been touched since 2014. And there are a lot of, there's cleanup language. I would say there are several categories of the edits that are being made. There's formatting and wording clarifications in the policy. There are clarifications regarding current council practices that have evolved over time and are not maybe consistent with the rules say. And then there's also cleanup related to being consistent with changes in state law. And generally, the City Council Rules and Code of Ethics covers a broad range of topics, including operation of the City Council meetings, order of the agenda, council communications, council member and public decorum, and City Council relationship with city staff. I guess with that context, I should say also that there was a 2-member council ad hoc committee of Mayor Bigstick and former council member O'Neill that participated during last year and several meetings to really comb through this policy and review and make the recommendations to the full city council. So what I'll do now is then just jump into the actual track changes and go through and offer, at a high level, explain each one as we go through, and then we'll come back and talk about specific ones. Now, let me ask a question. Is it the mayor's preference to start from the beginning of the policy or start from where council's deliberation left off last time, which is section 7-12?
I think we should go through a quick overview of what we already discussed. One thing I noted, I was going to note it during deliberations, but page 462, there was an instance of oral communications that apparently hadn't been replaced with public communications.
Great. Okay. Yeah. So let me just start. Let's just go right from the beginning. And City Clerk Coffey is going to scroll through on the screen as we go through. So from page 1, I'll run through. Can you change the formatting so we see all the track changes? Great, there we are. So on page 1, an additional whereas was added, noticing that one of the key components of this policy is to be transparent to members of the community for the expectations and roles of responsibilities of members of the council and standards for conducting city council meetings. That whereas was added.
City Manager,
Yes.
do we have an intention of placing a table of contents at the beginning?
Yes, and that's noted in the report that after we finalize, there's quite a few formatting changes that might be confusing in the track changes version, but in the final version, after it's finalized, we will have a table of contents. So we will add that.
Thank you.
So scrolling down to the bottom of page 2, under operation of city council meetings.
Interrupt you one more time. Council members, if anybody has a question as he's going through, feel free to ask clarifying questions, and
Okay,
we'll do a more proper deliberation after
Okay, sounds
public
good.
comment.
Sure, that sounds great. So one item that we will want to, in this change here, regular city council meetings will be held on the second and fourth Mondays of each month. Back in September, the council had discussed looking at the possibility of a designated special council meeting day throughout months or years, and there was quite a bit of discussion about, well, what day of the week and what week of the month doesn't conflict with other commission or committee meetings. It was discussed that perhaps the Wednesday where the Library Advisory Committee meeting meets could be changed, since that committee hadn't been meeting but will start meeting again, could be changed. But then another alternative that was discussed was for those months that have a fifth Monday, that could be set as a special council meeting day. And this is intended to, as we have busy agenda items, there's that set date that everyone has on their calendar, so it's easy to schedule if we need it for a special council meeting. So that decision wasn't made. It's noted here in the margin that we should take a moment during discussion to talk about whether we want to identify the fifth Monday or some other option. But at this point in time, in staff's analysis, it might be easiest to look at the fifth Monday because all the other days of weeks conflict with other regional or city council or city commission or committee meetings, et cetera. So we can come back to that. I just wanted to point out that change. Moving on then to page 3, you'll see a comment here and some red line edits that throughout the entire document, and we certainly will proof check this before we finalize, we're replacing oral communications with public comments, the term public comments instead of oral communications.
And the instance I'd referenced was under C. At the end of it.
And then down at the bottom of the page, or some of these other changes, I'm not going to go through every change because some of them are just clarification stuff. I'll try to summarize what we're striving for. So in some of these edits, so the bottom item E talks about the public comment process on council items, on agenda items that are written in, and the timing for submitting those, and then for those comments to be submitted to the city council. And it refers to the agenda notice, which includes what that timing is. Moving on to...
Can I just ask a question about process? If there's things we notice, are we stating them in deliberations? Because we have to take public comment first, right? So like if I see something where I'm like, can you change the pronoun? That has to be done after Mayor, I'm just curious of our process.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, while we're going through it, as things are occurring to you, feel free to jump in. Let's try and, the metaphor I'll use is we'll try and get through the coarser stuff now, so if it jumps at you, by all means. And this is one where I think process is kind of difficult because we're going through an entire document, and so if we're kind of doing the work of looking through it on the front end, then we'll just go through and throw our thoughts as they occur. And then after public comment, we can have a deliberation that does refinements to the workshopping.
Okay. Thank you.
The revisions to section H on page 4 relate to the handling of public comments at the city council meeting and not discussing those items from the public comment period on non-agendized items in order to comply with the Brown Act. The change in 4A regarding addressing the council on regular agenda items talks about the mayor's decision about 3 minutes or limiting that depending on how many speakers there are.
I don't know if this is the time to say that, but I think that conflicts with 2.2, that says 3 minutes unless approved by the majority of the council.
I believe the way that happens is that the mayor will ask the council when limiting comment time for a acquiescence or head nod about doing that.
That's general practice. We want to make sure that it's indicated specifically in the document, though, so that there's no confusion.
So we'll make a note of those 2 sections.
Thank you.
Let's see. The next changes are really in C are related to cleanups, about process. Section 5, which relates to public hearings appeals, and the council discussed this in September, was to clarify that an appeal would be 10 minutes and 3 minutes for rebuttal instead of the 3 minutes being taken out of the 10 minutes. The next section, section 3, is some cleanup related to public decorum. And what you'll see in this public decorum section are cleanup that brings the section in compliance with state law. So item C talks about and cites the California law related to removal of a speaker from the meeting. And because generally, as a rule about these council rules, and we'll talk about this more when we get to some of the later sections, we try not to repeat what state law requires because it would be redundant. And then if state law were to change, you'd have to revise the policy. So it's better to just refer to the state law and defer to the state law. Section 4 relating to city council decorum, clarified language there in interactions between and among council members, from council members towards the public and staff, and from the public towards council members and staff. Seeing if there's anything. And again, part of these changes in some of the strike-throughs, I think, relate to being consistent with state law. Moving on to page 7, the ending part of E, which begins on page 6. This item took a bit of council discussion in September, and I think the council had prescribed some language that we maybe cleaned up, but is to add in here discussion about, it really gets at this issue of if there were a filibustering kind of situation, and to use language that says, or monopolizing discussion in time in a manner that does not facilitate or further deliberation, general understanding, or bring the issue to a conclusive decision. The section F there, it speaks to the importance of, if council members need more information on specific agenda items, to be requesting that through the city manager prior to the meeting, and staff and I will make all reasonable efforts to respond to those questions prior to the meeting, which has been a standard practice. Moving on to section 5, order of the agenda. What you'll see in this section is a lot of strike through, but that's because the consent calendar, section 4 consent calendar, section 5 council communications have been reorganized and included in section 6 regular agenda items. So that's a readability edit to the document. So if we move to page 8, section 6 begins the regular agenda items. And for special presentations, language is added there to make it consistent with the practice we've had recently, and that is to do special presentations at the outset of the meeting, as well as to limit commendations, proclamations, and special presentations to more than 20 minutes in council's interest of trying to manage the duration of our city council meetings. Under item 2 about the consent calendar, the clarification in there about how consent calendar items are handled. And on the next page, 9, at the end of the consent calendar item, there's an addition there to mention, which the council had discussed, about the full agenda packet being made available in print format at City Hall and at the council chambers during the meeting. I believe state law perhaps requires a printed copy being available at one location, but the council was interested in providing it too. Getting a head nod from the city clerk, so. Again, I think the public comment on non-agendized items struck out oral communications and stating what the purpose of those public comments are. Moving on, the section on council consideration has been edited and reorganized to section 4 earlier in the document, so that's why there's all that strike through. And if we move to section 7 regarding deliberation and voting, there's a clarification on page 11. The previous language was a little bit ambiguous about the mayor's the mayor being able to move and second and discuss from the chair. And so we wanted to clarify that that is indeed the case. And I think that brings us to section 712, which is where the previous council's deliberation left off. So from here on, I'll go through the document as I have been and focus on the changes that are being recommended.
So I just want to clarify for council at this point, since we've gone through the material that we have already edited, let's try and save the wordsmithing for deliberation, but if you have questions for anything specific that he's going over, please ask any specific questions. Good?
Great.
Thank you.
Regarding section 12, abstention from vote, it's not necessary to state the reason for abstention. Assistant City Attorney Bizzano could elaborate on that if necessary.
Correct. So just for clarification, these are abstentions that are non-legal abstentions. So for the conflicts of interest under the Political Reform Act, there's a process for stating the reasons for recusal, and we would still need to follow that. These are for non-legal abstentions. So personal reasons that you might want to, recuse yourself from an item. That would not need to be stated in the record.
If somebody does abstain for that reason, like usually if it's a legal reason, they would have to leave the dais and go over there to the closed door room. And if somebody's abstaining for personal reasons, presumably they wouldn't have to go through that process?
That would be up to the council member. There would not be a legal requirement for leaving the dais, but it would be up to the council member.
So just to put a fork in it, in theory, a council member could abstain from a vote, and there's no problem with that necessarily.
Right, if it's a non-legal abstention, like you have a personal reason you want to recuse yourself, then it's still up to the council member of whether or not they want to step off the dais. I will say that, that would eliminate any confusion as to whether or not you're participating in the item when you leave the dais. So it's usually a best practice to leave the dais for non-legal abstentions as well.
Could somebody actually go through the deliberative process and then at the last minute say, and I'm abstaining from voting?
Well, typically that would be, they decide they're going to disqualify themselves at the beginning of the item, right?
Very good, thank you.
So I guess I'm wondering what a non-legal kind of excuse, like you can, so if I have something personal going on or whatever, and I don't think I should be part of the conversation, I can just abstain?
So that's what this particular provision is about, abstention from the vote for non-legal reasons. And it does provide a way for the council member to, so the example that's used is such as a friendship or appearance of maybe, improprieties. So, yeah. So like if you have a friend that, it's not a common law conflict, it's not a conflict under the Political Reform Act, you feel that you could handle the matter in an unbiased manner, but you think, an abundance of caution, because this person is my friend, I think, it's a personal reason, I'm going to abstain from the vote. So you would probably handle it, or it would probably be a good idea to handle it in the same way you would handle other conflicts, where you just say at the beginning, I'm going to abstain from this item for personal reasons, or as this says, you don't have to identify the actual conflict, and then you could either leave or you could remain on the dais.
Thank you.
So if Chris, who I consider my friend, brings something forward, I can choose whether I want to abstain or not, because it's not a financial gain for me, but then I could recuse myself based on friendship, which doesn't seem like it should have an effect on something that people bring forward to council.
Nor is it suggested that you do recuse yourself if
Just
you have
your
a friendship.
choice?
You have a choice, yeah.
Hopefully, we'll never be in a position to find out. Something could be controversial, leading to someone making such a choice, or, who knows? I think it's articulated here merely that it's not illegal for somebody to take that action if they believe their conflict supersedes the law in the case of not having to abstain just because of the law.
I heard another example at our training last week from a lady who had been like a strong advocate of like bicycle and pedestrian things. And so she definitely, like, obviously in the community and public had a bias towards that issue before knowing that it would come up. And I don't know, there was a suggestion that she might recuse herself. Anyway.
I don't recall whether or not it had to do with land use, though, because in matters of land use, bias might be a concern.
We may be venturing into discussion.
Agreed.
We could come back to whether there's any clarification required on that, but it sounds like it's more just understanding the various scenarios. So the abstention to vote, information still applies.
Okay, so I'm going to use a real example that I've spoken out about rent control. And I was told that I don't have to recuse myself on any rent control issues because it's not a financial issue, but even though I have spoken about it a lot, I mean, that's one of the reasons I got on council. So,
I guess one thing I would offer, which was actually discussed at the Cal Cities conference, was a lot of times the question about recusal or abstention from vote is a very issue-specific discussion, and that's why the city attorney exists, to advise council members about what they maybe should do.
okay.
Yes, I think, we have to be careful about not getting into specifics, as City Manager Woodhouse mentioned, but it's also a very personal decision.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a non-legal abstention, meaning you're not required to under the law, then, you need to consider why you would participate or why you might not participate. And for every council member, that is a process that we are willing and able to help with.
So the answer is it's complicated.
It's complicated.
Okay.
It depends. We're done opining. Please
All right.
continue.
Item 14 regarding tie votes clarifies the situations in which the underlying, if you do have a tie vote, that the underlying action stands. The previous language just said in the case of an appeal, but that also applies to land use decisions, maybe two of the most common. There may be other decisions where there's an underlying condition that would stand in a tie vote as well, but it just helps to clarify that. Motion to reconsider.
Mary, did you have a question?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Should I be pressing my button? I probably should, huh?
I'm happy for you to just jump in and ask
Okay.
your questions as they come
Thank you
in.
so much. So why use the word generally? I mean, I don't know. Sorry.
We perhaps could take out the word generally.
After tie votes.
Yeah, so it says tie votes generally mean that no action has been taken on a matter.
Does it or doesn't it?
I think because we want to, I think there could be instances where a tie vote means something different than no action. So this speaks specifically to appeals or land use decisions. And so there could be instances where a tie vote means more than just that the underlying action stands. So that's why generally is often used as sort of a caveat to meaning that we can't speak to every instance, right? There may be certain exceptions that are not being contemplated right now.
Good enough. Thank you.
That's lawyer language.
But before you go, I'm sorry, I missed on item 13, the rule of necessity. Can you explain that, or is that, or like if you're referring to a specific legal thing, maybe we can put the link to? to whatever that,
So the rule of necessity is a rule under the Political Reform Act that allows a council member to participate even though they do have a disqualifying conflict of interest. So if there are 3 council members who have a conflict of interest, but we need at least 3 council members to take the action, so for example, an ordinance, the rule of necessity would apply, and the 3 council members that have conflicts of interest would draw lots to determine which one is brought back in to participate in the item.
Say you have 3 members that are, work for the school district.
right? Okay.
When's the last time we had to draw lots in order to determine something legal in the city of Pacifica?
I don't know about City of Pacifica, but I just did it the other day for another council meeting.
Really?
It does happen, yes. It does happen.
Fascinating.
And so why wouldn't we have like an asterisk with a definition? Or is it not necessary? But that's what you're asking, right?
Yeah, or a
Christine?
link to the legal definition, or like if we're quoting a law, it would be nice to have the link in there, so us or the public could find it easily.
We could certainly add that. Footnote
Yeah,
with the
let's
regulation number.
Add clarification on that. Moving on to item 15, motion to reconsider. This section was confusing previously and needed some clarification. We actually did recently determine that we think we need to clean this up a little more, so we maybe should come back and discuss it, because the middle sentence says a motion to reconsider may be made at any time before the posting of the next regular meeting agenda, but a motion can only be made in a city council meeting, so we need to come up with a language that clarifies that. And section B was part of the confusion with section A, so by striking out section B and putting clarification in section A, that hopefully clarifies.
Go for it.
Can I ask a question on the reconsideration? So say I'm on a council and it's 3-2, and I'm on the losing side, but now the people have changed, and I'd like to make a motion to reconsider something that happened years ago.
No, it says that it's, oh, sorry.
Yeah, but how does that ever happen?
So in that instance, you would just propose an
new
agenda
motion?
item.
Okay.
No, a new agenda item to discuss that topic again. Because it wouldn't be a motion to reconsider because you don't have an item before you to reconsider after all that time has passed.
But what if a resolution was made there that it's okay?
So you would have an item, you would propose a new agenda item
Okay.
to reconsider, either repealing or rescinding resolution such and such.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
I need to understand why the first sentence was struck. I thought that defined when you could do a motion to reconsider. I understand what Kevin was saying about how the posting of the next regular meeting agenda confuses things, because it would imply that the day before the agenda is posted, we could submit a motion to reconsider, but you can't, because you can only make a motion in the meeting. But the first sentence says a motion that's struck. I thought that framed when you could do it.
I'm trying to remember from the committee discussion, and perhaps that does clarify what we're trying to revisit and clarify here.
Right, so I think one suggestion would be to reject that first track change and add that sentence back in so that it's clear that that motion to reconsider can only be taken at the meeting at which the action was taken. And then you could add some other language down farther in the paragraph that just indicates that nothing in this section would preclude a council member from bringing an item back to consider a prior action of the council at a future agenda through the agendizing process set forth in the rules.
That sounded very confusing to me, but it seems like, just riffing off of what Councilmember Beckmeyer said, if we keep in that first sentence and also keep in that bit later on during the meeting and then get rid of before the posting of the next regular meeting agenda, that should make it all kosher. Unless I'm missing something legally.
No, that's
Okay.
And so if we're backtracking those changes under A, is there any reason to keep in B, or are we keeping that deleted? I guess that would stay deleted.
There's a sort of a temporal confusion here, I believe.
Yeah. So I would keep that second paragraph deleted because there's nothing that would prevent the council member from bringing that issue up at a future council meeting as a new agenda item. But the motion to reconsider would be moot because the item had already passed, the action had already been taken place.
Got it.
And that's consistent with Robert's rules, which provides that the motion to reconsider needs to be made at that meeting.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. Are we moving on?
Yeah, that middle sentence, a motion to reconsider may be made at any time. Shouldn't we keep that in the following part during the meeting and then get rid of before the posting of the next regular meeting agenda?
Either you're going to keep that first paragraph or first sentence, Sarah, or you're going to delete that.
So in that sentence, the part that's struck out, we leave in, and the part that's added, we strike out. So during the meeting, or the three words that get put back in, at any time during the meeting.
You see that, Sarah?
Yeah, right there. A motion to reconsider may be made at any time during the meeting. And then we delete before the posting. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Doing track changes under pressure.
Way too hard.
The additions in section 16 discuss in terms of the mayor presides over, process decisions and such in the council meetings, and so I believe this is discussing the process to Councilmember Bowles' question earlier, I believe, being consistent about how the council, a procedural decision or ruling of the mayor may be appealed by any councilman of the whole council, and then needing a majority vote.
So I have a note here. I'm just questioning why that last part was removed.
The
logic.
Are you talking about the part on the next page?
Yes. That starts with any procedural decision. Like basically what was the logic behind removing it?
It seems that it's maybe clarified better earlier in the language used earlier right? It's saying the same thing, but the language is clarifying it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the added language clarifies it better.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to section 8 regarding motions. In this section, there's there's a mention of motion to adjourn the meeting, motion to take a recess. Though in practice, those are not something for Pacifica or the city council where motions and votes have typically been done. So it was recommended to strike those out. In some cities, they do move to adjourn the meeting and then require a vote to adjourn the meeting. But I think similarly for motion to call for the order of the agenda, item F. And then later down there, the new item G, just clarify, there was some old language about agency, body, committee, board, commission, or officer. And really what we're talking here, the council makes referrals to city commissions, committee, officer, or city council ad hoc subcommittee. So it's being more specific about who the council refers items to.
Can we go back to D, the personal privilege, because I just don't understand that very much. And the process by which
Let's
that would
see,
happen.
which is this? Which item?
Oh, shoot. It was called personal privilege.
I think it's C.
Well, it's,
I think it's the new C.
right, it was crossed
New
out.
number 2C on the top of packet page 473.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, motion to raise a question of personal privilege.
Yeah, can you just explain how that would be used? And this is where, like, a council member would interrupt another council member, but somehow get the mayor's recognition? I just don't really understand it.
Assistant City Attorney Bizzano, do you have any insight on personal privilege provision?
You see what it says? So I've seen it, I've seen it done during deliberations, and I've seen it done after public comment. So I think it's just if the maker of the motion may interrupt another speaker if the mayor recognizes the privilege. The motion does not require a second, is not. The right of a council member to address the council on a question of personal privilege is usually related to somebody has said something that is negative about their character, their motives, or their integrity, and the council member wants to address it immediately. And so that's when that motion I've seen it made. It doesn't come up very frequently.
Okay.
May it never come up in Pacifica.
Yeah.
So moving on to the next page, I believe that the motion to take from the table is a very seldom used or esoteric thing, but wasn't necessary to have in here. And is covered by Robert's rules, right?
Well, my understanding of why this wasn't necessary was because of the way that the council agendizes items, so that the motion to put something, to take something from the table to re-agendize it essentially is not strictly necessary because there is a way for council members to agendize items.
Okay. And moving to the section 9 about closed sessions, Item 3, breach of rule of confidentiality. There's a reference to and subject to the penalties as described in item 9 below. To make that clear. In item 5 regarding permissible topics, I mentioned this earlier in the presentation, that this is one of the sections that is governed by state law, and therefore listing out these different permissible topics is redundant to that, and we try to not overlap as much as possible. There's also pertaining to closed session, Section 8, rules of decorum, and the strikeout provisions there also are requirements that would be redundant. Which there's a lot of the next page onto page 17 that is all governed by the Brown Act, right? Yeah. And then Section 9, renumbered, Section 9, penalties. No changes to that section, just a renumbering. Moving on to Section 10. City council relationship with city staff. Just clarification in there that to say instead of staff, the city manager as my responsibility in item 3 there. That's the only change in that entire section. And then moving on to Section 11, administrative matters. And I will speak to item 3 here in more depth in 1 second. The item 1, I'm looking at the strike through there. I think that was not clear about our process. The rest of it is clear. Study sessions and closed sessions will be scheduled before city council meetings as needed. And then, is there a, oh, I see, it's just an indent, okay, in the next, attendance at meetings. Is I guess I'm wondering why attendance at meetings is stricken. Oh, because the others don't have subtitles. Yeah, so attendance at meetings is in strike through because to be consistent with the rest of the section and not having
have to come,
sub.
so we strike it out, and
Yeah.
we don't have to come.
Yeah, that's right.
Like it.
So let me speak because this item 3, which relates to agendizing items for city council meetings, was discussed thoroughly at the September 12th council meeting. And I want to take a moment on this one because it's an important one that the council should discuss.
And since the public seemed to have particular interest in this specific item, I want to remind council members that deliberation will come after public comment. And I want to do it specifically. If you have questions, no problem. But if we do wind up having a more robust conversation, I want to make sure that I hear public comment to inform it, and then we can discuss as we need to. By all means, might be helpful now to turn to a button, but please ask questions of staff to clarify as needed.
So can I just clarify, we're talking about Section 11, Administrative Matters, item number 3 on packet page 478. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes. So in this section, it really is intended to clarify how items become agendized, and the recommendation doesn't change the ability, and these are points that are in the staff report that I'll reiterate here. The recommendation doesn't change the ability of a single council member to place an item on the council's agenda, except to change the 7-day timeline to a 10-day timeline for practical reasons. And that is to actually give more than 1 to 2 days if an item's placed on the agenda for staff to prepare the staff report before the agendas are released. This recommendation comports with the current practice and really is a hallmark of our council manager form of government and local government democracy, which is that issues that come up that would redirect city council previously directed work priorities or budget require a majority approval of the council to change. Therefore, if a council member wants to place an issue on the agenda that would require significant city staff resources to prepare, that work must be directed by a majority of the council first. And so the 1-hour rule reference is that a quick report would be placed on the agenda so that the council could, so that the city manager could receive council direction on next steps about whether city staff resources should be spent analyzing that item. So after the last discussion on September 12th, a clarification or a cleanup that may be helpful here is to remove the reference to potentially controversial items and just refer to items that may require more than 1 hour of staff time to sufficiently analyze and prepare a staff report. And the importance of that is that we have a very robust work plan directed by the City Council, and managing staff time and our financial resources is critical throughout the year. It's my responsibility and concern to manage that, and it's more about staff time than it is about whether an item's controversial or not. Sometimes those go hand in hand. Perhaps there's times when those wouldn't go hand in hand. So the point would be that in this clarifying language here, number one, a council member could request an item for the agenda 10 days in advance instead of 7 days, because that is more practical and workable from the staff perspective. And then number two, if it's not a time-consuming item, let's say it's a quick legislative support item, for example, and we have analysis from other cities that's available, and we can kind of regurgitate that analysis, throw together the staff report, get it on the agenda, that makes sense. But if it's an item that really is going to require an amount of staff time more than typically an hour, and it's an hour give or take, right? But it's a resource impact that diverts staff's focus on all their other responsibilities. I need to hear from the council majority whether we're going to spend time analyzing that and bringing it forward for council direction. So this is the practice ever since I've been here that we've done. When there has been an item recommended, the first action by council is, yes, we're interested in spending more time on this item. And so that's what's agendized, is that kind of quick council decision.
So I'm going to have a couple questions. I'm sure we'll deliberate on this particular item, but I've been trying to really wrap my head around some of the public comment that I've received, because at a glance, certainly the intention was benign, and it took me a minute to really try and see if there's a there. So my first question is, the part that struck out, all agenda items requiring a detailed staff report may be placed on the agenda, etc. That's what was there initially, right? That's the original text?
Yes.
Okay. So secondarily, my question is, okay, so let's say we make the change. Here it's written items that may require more than 1 hour of staff time. Could a part of our deliberation tonight be maybe changing 1 hour to 5 hours? Or kind of hone in on what we think is an acceptable workload for an agendized item brought forth by one council member? And the reason I bring up that question is because the original text did say requiring a detailed staff report, which is kind of an ambiguous term. But if the idea here is to hone down what's a reasonable amount of staff time to bring forth for, unilaterally bring forth for council discussion, my thinking is maybe part of the impetus for what for some people has seemed to be rather an outcry is, well, before you could call for more than an hour of work from staff unilaterally, and now it really whittles down what maybe is an important issue bringing forward, that maybe a little bit more TLC is needed to enable that council person to discuss it with their fellow council people. And again, I'm really trying to wrap my head around what I went going into this thinking was benign. And so a part of our discussion perhaps could be honing in on what a reasonable amount of time is, period, regardless if that's 1 hour, 5 hours, a day and a half, whatever.
Yes, yeah, I think the council could discuss that parameter, and I'd be happy to, offer my input about staff workload in that context of that discussion.
And again, I get to work with you, we get to work with you on a constant basis. So with a recommendation like this, my initial response is, well, of course that makes sense. We work with you, we know how you operate, and we want to see that we keep the machine functioning and running smoothly. But I also appreciate that the original nomenclature is a detailed staff report. So I guess that's to say, as soon we will be going into public comment, some of the phrases used questioning the democracy of the change notwithstanding, what might actually be helpful to me, if not my fellow council people, are suggestions from the public as to what a reasonable workload would be when a single council member requests to have an item agendized. Any other questions?
And keeping in mind during that discussion that there are 5 council members.
So we could all ask for something.
I take my light back. Just answer my question. I'll talk more during deliberation.
Okay, so I think I've kind of summarized the recommendation on that, and in addition to perhaps a suggestion for the council to consider removing the phrase controversial items. The changes, I'm looking at section 4. Any council questions on that? Clarifies the council member roles when representing the city in other meetings and other contexts.
Sorry, I did have a question, but I don't, maybe we should talk about this later. At the beginning, it talks about other governmental other agencies, organizations, but then later on, it just says, council members shall notify the mayor of planned attendance at meetings, period, wherever possible. And so I want to clarify the intent and how much you want us telling you. If I'm meeting with a neighbor about potholes, that's a meeting, right? So about city business. So, how much do you really, really want to know? I mean, is the intention really just to make sure that we're not, violating the Brown Act at going to a meeting at the same time?
Correct me if I'm wrong, this refers specifically to city-led meetings, is that correct? Or is it a wider scope than that?
I thought it was an organization.
Yes.
Like, say I was going to speak at the Democrats.
Yeah, I
would
thought it
have
was
to let you
wider.
know
Yeah.
that I was going to speak there.
Oh, I see.
And then I was going to inform you that I would be attending. He's looking right downtown.
But it's okay if more than 2 council members go, as long as they're not speaking and talking to each other, right? And
Okay, so-
talking about city business.
Let's say, when it comes up that we'll be giving the State of the City speech at the City Democrats. At that point, what are the proper Brown Act compliant procedures we need to follow? Can other council members be there? Do we need to really worry about it?
Well, this section, I think, is more to how a council member is representing city issues at a meeting, right? And, making sure if you are going to appear in a personal capacity and express your personal opinions, that you clarify that those statements don't represent the position of the city council, but that you first also state if the city does have a position on that issue, you're representing that position because you're a representative of the city. I don't think this section speaks as much to, quorum Brown Act violations. Although in the one point about knowing when council members are going to meetings is to be aware and manage so that there's not a quorum at the meeting, which we do regularly, right?
And, yeah.
So I think what Councilmember Bowles is asking or trying to clarify is if that language about notifying the mayor applies to meetings where the city council members may attend before another governmental agency or organization, or if it applies to even private meetings, like one-on-one meetings with constituents, for example. Is that a meeting? I think the answer is no, it doesn't extend that far. The intent was that it really address when a council member goes to the County Board of Supervisors meetings or the local Chamber of Commerce meetings, those types of events, rather than private one-on-one meetings with constituents. Is that correct, Councilmember?
Yeah, or not even constituents, but like you're suggesting I meet with Josh Becker. Like, do we need to tell you about all of those things if we're meeting one-on-one with someone when there's not a possibility of another council member being there? Is the intention really? I mean, I understand that we need to, convey the city's position and so forth. That's not the question. It's just how much we need to notify each other and the mayor.
And if you don't mind, do we notify the mayor, or is it the city manager? Because I tend to tell you, Kevin, most of the, like, if I'm going to a meeting with Josh Becker, I'll tell you, right? It's just,
Yeah, that's a good
So-
point. I mean, it should maybe say notifying the city manager there. And it's my read that, as Assistant City Attorney Pisano said, that this is more related to, it's not going to specifically define, every agency or organization, but it's not meant to be private one-on-one, not private, but one-on-one meetings. I think the intent of this section is more toward when you're going to a larger group meeting.
and if you don't mind, Tiger, and so when I read the sentence, hold on, I'll put my glasses back on. The council member will first indicate the majority position of the council. And when I read that, I thought of, like, does this, I'll put it into a question. Does this mean, like, say there was a vote that I did not agree on, right? That made me mad or something, right? And then I'm going to go out to a meeting, like, I have to say, like, council decided. Like, I have to stand behind that, right? And so am I reading that the wrong way?
I think that point is, not sure which section it's in, perhaps others remember, but that point is made that when a vote is taken, a council member represents that vote, even if you disagreed with that. And then, if you want to clarify that speaking personally on an issue, what your position was in this meeting, you could do that, but you have to be very specific about clarifying that that's your personal opinion, not the position of the city council.
Thank
I think
you.
this section you're referring to, Kevin, is section 4, city council decorum, paragraph G, new G, paragraph G.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I thought it
Yeah.
was in there someplace, yeah.
Well, thank you.
And the revisions to section 5 really bring us up to current process and add in this new thing that we call email that comes in when emails are addressed to council members individually.
Did we not have email in 2014? Was that the new technology of the day?
It wasn't used as widely.
Morse code.
That could be.
Yeah.
On the Express.
And then just to point out that the very last revision in striking out item 11, it just seemed unnecessary because all council policies can be amended by majority vote of the council. So that's the detailed, deep dive overview of recommended changes, and that completes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Before we turn to public comment, do we have any further questions from council? I do not have a card.
I have one raised hand. It is the number ending in 0894.
So before we take that call, one more reminder that if you are watching from the live stream, please dial in 650-898-6965. Conference ID 383-609-442#, and press star 5 to raise your hand. And let us take that call from, what was the phone number?
8094. 0894, sorry.
So from number 0894, please press star 5. State your name for the record, please. And you have 3 minutes.
Star 6. They have their.
Oh, I apologize. Star 6 to unmute. And after you press star 6, give it a minute to actually unmute you. Thank you.
Yeah, hi there. It's Dinah Verby. It's been just, if I could just let you know about the technological difficulties. I'm sure you're aware of them, but the live stream is running at least 30 seconds behind. So it's hard to know where you are in real time. So there may be, delays, et cetera, in callers. Anyway, I want to also express my despair and shock at the shooting of the Half Moon Bay victims and their families, and I just wanted to express my condolences. Anyway, on the agenda item, I trust that you all had time to read my written comments, so I'm not going to read all of those verbatim. But I did want to just convey partly the history of my opposition and others' opposition to the changes in in section 11.3, because it really does go to the issue of public engagement and public trust in the fairness of the council proceedings. And some of you may remember what happened back in 2015 when an item involving a temporary eviction ordinance was not allowed to be put on the city council agenda because the majority of the council basically wouldn't let it be on the agenda. And there was a big public outcry about it. Tenants who were being evicted had been looking to the council for a remedy, and they didn't get that remedy. And it was, to a lot of us, it was a large miscarriage of justice, and that engendered a lot of the problems with the rule that you're now contemplating. I understand the issues with workflow and staff time and limited resources, and I understand the intention behind this proposed rule is benign. But I just felt that you really need to think about it before you enshrine and codify something that may come back to bite you later on. I think codifying this process could end up with unintended consequences. And I did hear the city manager say that this is not eliminating or changing the right of a council member to agendize an item, but I beg to differ because it's not eliminating it, it's certainly diluting it when you add in a requirement for a majority of the council to approve putting it on for a full discussion. First of all, you have Brown Act issues because one council member cannot confer with the majority of the council members to get that support. And another key issue for me is, again, maybe not anticipated or intended, but the reality of it is if only one council member is absent from a meeting and you have 4 members present, it only takes 2 votes to kill an item. That gives you minority rule. And that, again, feels to the public like we're being disenfranchised. And that really undermines the intent, I think, of district elections and the whole public process. And it also singles out only items initiated by council, and I don't understand that. If workflow is a problem, it would seem that there would be other issues that will come up on the agenda that weren't on your work plan that have to be dealt with. But you're, in a sense, penalizing yourselves by only targeting, issues that you yourselves come up with.
Dinah?
So, yes?
I gave you a few extra seconds because the beginning was about the call itself, but it's been about 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't hear buzzer thing, so thank you.
No
Okay.
worries. Thank you
Bye-bye.
so much for your comments.
Bye.
Bye.
I have 3 more raised hands. The next one is the number ending in 5434, followed by the number ending in 6822. Upcoming is 5434.
5434, please press *6 to unmute. Give it a moment after you press *6.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Hi, Tiger. This is Jen Hansen. Calling, there were some severe technical issues with the financial report, so wanted to drop in a item about that. Moving forward, it would be really helpful.
Jen. So we're past the item on financial report. We're talking about the Code of Ethics.
Okay, I was hoping I might be able to sneak that in because the video was unreliable.
I hear you. We do have to stick to the agenda item at hand, but do please email us so that we can see your comments. I apologize for that.
So looking at, that's okay. Looking at section 11, subsection 3, I know a lot of things from growing up in Pacifica, a lot of things have been kicked down the road over the years, and they've kind of all come to a head with the general plan and the housing element and global warming and all of these other things, and the city is drowning. But in looking at the wordage that is used, words like potentially controversial or taking an hour, those things mean different things to different people. What's controversial to me might not be controversial to you versus my neighbor and things like that, or what could take me an hour could take somebody 4 hours. So I really do believe that looking at the words used, although it was meant to be benign, it looks almost like it could be weaponized to silence minority voices. And I know within each one of you represents a district, and in your district there's your own items that are important that don't necessarily influence another district. So one of the things that would be nice to see, especially now talking about city staff only being able to operate at 40% capacity and not being able to fill positions due to COVID, and now they're starting to fill those COVID positions, they should, over time, workload will be able to ramp up. So maybe including some language like, it might not, if you bring up an agenda item, it might not make it on the next agenda, which I understand. There's a lot going on, but maybe language could be put into that says within the next 3 meetings or next 4 meetings, So it is honored that although it might be controversial or it might take a lot of staff time, it still needs to be addressed and put in language to give it a time frame in which it should be addressed. And I think that's all I got, other than I've enjoyed listening to you guys tonight. I appreciate all that you guys have do. You guys are like superhuman, both within our city and making sure that we're represented outside our city borders. And I appreciate everybody's hard work. And thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate your comments. Who do we have next?
Have a good one.
You as well, thank you. 6822, is that the next one?
Yeah, 6822 is coming up, followed by 1606.
6822, please press *6 to unmute. Give it a moment and state your name for the record and your comment, please.
And making sure that we're represented.
Hello?
Hello.
Hold on, I need to push, yeah, I need to push the,
Thank you so much.
we're on a time delay here.
Do we have next?
Have a good one.
You as well, thank you.
Okay.
6822, is that the next one?
Yeah,
6822 is coming up, followed by
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, Sarah. If we could reset the timer. 6822. We seem to have
Please
an...
press *6 to unmute. Give it a
So
moment.
if you would please mute your live stream before you begin your comment.
hello? I'm trying to, I need to push the, we're on a time delay here. Give me 1 second, I'm trying to figure out how.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, Sarah. If we could
Or if you could turn down the volume on your stream, please.
So if you would please mute your live stream before you begin your comment.
I'm just trying to figure out how to do this here. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, Sarah. If you could turn down the volume on your stream, please.
Mayor Big Stick.
Hello?
Hello, I can
I'm
hear
trying
you,
to-
but we're
I'm
getting a
trying-
lot of
I'm-
background noise. If you could mute
Yeah,
or turn down the volume on the
just-
stream.
I
Or perhaps
understand
move
that,
to a
but I'm
different
trying-
room.
All right, I'll move to a different room.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tiger. All right.
No problem. Please state your
Yeah,
name
we-
again for the record.
Okay. My name is Mark Hubble,
And go ahead.
and I'm trying to, hi, my name is Mark Hubble, and I have concerns about the issue that we were just talking about getting items on the agenda. And I know a lot of people have already dropped off of this meeting who would really wanted to partake in that conversation. My concern is that each of the 5 districts in Pacifica have very, very different concerns in a lot of ways, you know. Say back in the valley, it's probably fires, you know, wildfires, which other districts don't have that same issue. So I don't think it's fair to have two to agree to move on, you know, 2 districts. It just doesn't make any sense, and I don't think it's democratic. I think the better way to do it is if there is something difficult, complex, or needs a lot of staff time, instead of going through this, why don't you just put it later in the agenda, put it, you know, a couple months later, and, you know, that should give you plenty of time to do it. I think an important issue, people wouldn't care if it doesn't come up the next month. They would care if it didn't come up at all, though. So that's what I would like to see, and I don't think it's fair to have to ask for a majority. I think that's just a horrible idea. And since there's very few people that were able to even attend this meeting, I think when they realized that they were unable to attend a meeting that with an outcome like that, they were going to be really angry, you know? So that's my part. And otherwise, thank you very much for what you do. And I hope you consider, really seriously consider what I just said. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. You have a good night.
Mm-hmm.
The last raised hand is in the number ending 1606.
1606, please press star 6 to unmute. Give it a moment to fully unmute. State your name for the record and let us know what you think.
Hi, Sue DeGree here. So I appreciate all the comments the public has made. This is very alarming. You may not, hopefully don't mean it to be alarming. I remember the incident. I was on council at the time that Mrs. Verby mentioned. It was extremely awkward then and now. It felt as if we were trying to hide from the public. It was extremely awkward, and the public at large did not understand what was going on and said so then, and I believe we're saying so again. Putting the word in there about controversy makes it sound like you're afraid of us, as if we're some kind of people to avoid and silence in some kind of sweet way, as it were. It's not sweet at all. And worrying about staff time is always important. I don't think it'll ever be an easy time for staff. The public always also just elected to pay more taxes because they care about their city. And some things will be controversial. And as we sit here today, we don't know what that controversy is going to be. But it's important enough to allow the public to be controversial, if that's what it turns out to be. That's the opportunity of the messiness of being free people, that we have the right to free speech and we should not be hemmed in. And the 5 elected people have the right to work with us. And if we're at odds with each other, we're at odds with each other. But we work it out and we don't put it off or put it aside or stuff it somewhere else. I'm just very concerned about that. Democracy is messy, and at times it's not comfortable, but that's where we manage to get through messes and come out with solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate your comments.
We have 2 more raised hands. The first one is 3484, followed by 6714. Upcoming is 3484.
3484, please press star 6 to unmute. Give it a moment to unmute. State your name for the record and give us your thoughts.
Sure. This is Kimberly Williams. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. This is the first time that I'm encountering this particular issue of a criteria like that for staff time. And I don't know if this was addressed at an earlier meeting because I might have missed it. But I'm just wondering, what is the best practice at other city councils? If that question has already been answered, it'd be great to review that. And then it just seems unusual to codify and prioritize a staff need over a public process. And so I would ask you to think about, other ways to address the process issue internally versus by altering a public process that might impede the democratic process for the public to participate, and for our city council members to bring items to the public view that might otherwise not be heard. So thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. 6714 next on the line.
6714.
6714, please press star 6 to unmute. Give it a moment to unmute. State your name for the record and then your thoughts.
Hello, this is Peter Loeb.
Hi, Peter. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to support Dinah Verby's comments. I agree with her. And she did cite a specific example from Pacifica in which the how do I say this? The difficulty of getting something on a controversial item on the agenda ended up really suppressing the minority position. I think that is undemocratic. And as the previous speaker just said, it's against the public participation in the council's business, whatever. I guess I simply want to say that I think the requirement of 3 of a majority of the council being necessary to put a controversial item on the agenda is overkill. It's unnecessary. I think just simply requiring two votes, two council members would suffice, would be adequate. I really don't. I think it's a problem to require a majority of the council in order to put a controversial item on the agenda. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Peter.
There are no other raised hands.
And Mayor Big Stick, well, maybe we're going to close public input, and then I just had one comment.
Certainly, so I'm going to give another moment for anyone who wants to press *5 to raise their hands, given the time delay that we've all experienced. Also, we do have one member of the public, if you wish to speak. Very good. Double checking with Emily that there is no hand raised. Very good. In which case, I will close public comment. City Manager.
Yes, I just wanted to try to clarify following public comment. I don't know if it got lost in the mix or not. No matter the issue, no matter whether it's controversial or mundane business, not only is not a majority of council required to put an item on the agenda, a single council member can place that item on the agenda. The difference is the amount of staff and city resources that are going to be spent in preparing that item. So if a council member wants to raise rent control, complex issue, would require a lot of staff time, city attorney time to analyze. What gets placed on the agenda is, does the city council want to prioritize staff time to work on this issue? And like every other city council decision, it's a majority vote. That's democracy, right? And majority vote is what directs the city's resources and staff time. So I just wanted to be clear that any item can get on the agenda. It's just how council prioritizes where city staff resources are spent. An alternative would be city council could say, as you often do, well, this is a big issue. Maybe we should take this up during goal setting in the context of all the city's priorities that staff is working on. So I wanted to just be very, very clear about that, because I don't know if it got lost in the presentation based on the public comments that I heard.
Thank you, and I think it would be prudent to begin our deliberative process with 11.3 so that we can get it out of the way and have that discussion while we're still vaguely awake. I want to start by taking a quick count of head nods, because that word controversial was brought up a number of times, and even though those of us on council read in the staff report, controversial was probably the wrong word. We could use a different word. We could get rid of that half a sentence altogether, and I think that ultimately is where we've landed, unless we want to wordsmith that, but I think we're just going to strike out potentially controversial items. Is everyone on council okay with getting rid of that word controversial? Are we all on the same page on that one? Yes. Okay.
I agree. I would suggest, if I may, suggest striking the words potentially controversial items and from that sentence, and changing the I on the next word items to capital I.
Anyone disagree? We're off to a good start. To the members of the public, I wish I had caught that in advance, and I apologize. We didn't want to create such controversy with the term controversial, but it really was a poor choice of word in retrospect. And the idea being simply that if the item is going to be complex, we might want to hone in on how much staff time is going to be devoted to it. So I alluded on the other half to the notion that what the original wording said is all agenda items requiring a detailed staff report. I was in the audience when John Keener was trying to get that one item agendized in 2015. My relatively vague 7 years later recollection was that he brought it up on the dais, and that the discussion amongst council in that moment was essentially to take a vote whether or not to bring it up at a future meeting, and it was killed in that way. I apologize if I'm misremembering. I don't know that he had asked for it to be agendized, not in public. Whether or not it matters, I don't know. But what is well taken is that the community is giving us an example of when an item that might be important to everyone comes up, they don't want it to be summarily killed because of nomenclature in ethics code that people aren't necessarily reading. Kimberly Williams asked about best practices in other councils. City Manager, if you could speak to what are best practices elsewhere? Are there consistent best practices elsewhere?
A couple points about that. One is that, you know, each city is going to be different, and it's up to the city council to decide their rules. So number one, you can do whatever this 5 city council member decided you wanted to do. But number two, in my experience, this is a best practice. And prior to the September item, I had polled the city managers of all the San Mateo County cities. It was late notice, so I only heard back from 7 of them, but all 7 have a version of the 1 hour rule. So, you know, we haven't done an extensive survey of what the best practice is, and in part, I'm not sure it's worth the time to do that because this council can decide for Pacifica what the best thing to do is, but tools to manage getting staff focus from non-discretionary city items that we need to focus on and council priorities are a common best practice so that just one voice isn't going to send staff resources down a rabbit hole when it's not known whether the majority of council supports that use of resources. That's the premise of, you know, the council manager form of government, and trying to, my responsibility to manage what we're trying to produce and bring forth to the city council good analysis of items on the agenda.
Thank you for that, and I remember asking for that comparison last time, and you did supply me with the names of the cities. I don't remember them off the top of my head. Not that Pacifica can't carve its own path, but I think it's helpful to know that we're not unilaterally going to be the outlier of the region to create draconian anti-free speech, anti-democracy measures by adopting what by all accounts seems to be a similar practice to what other municipalities do. That being said, I'm certainly not here discussing this because I'm opposed to free speech and considering these changes because I'm opposed to free speech, and any other council members can speak differently if they feel differently. I don't think any of them will. Past that, there were 2 other interesting points that were brought up that I think do bear discussion. One is a larger question about process, which ultimately is what the discussion is, but the other point that was brought up is that we're not used to being districts. And that point was well taken by me because we're not used to being districts. We don't know what it looks like to have district-specific needs that suddenly arise. And that, I think, is an interesting idea that was brought up. And I can think off the top of my head of 1 or 2 unique issues that my district does have. And if one of those unique issues were suddenly escalated to a point where I felt some sense of urgency, oh, we should be talking about this, we should be talking about it now. And I'm not making a suggestion one way or another how to revise the code as I'm saying this. I'm just saying that if one of those issues suddenly seemed urgent and I would want to bring it to council, it might be that I would want that brought as a more thoroughly analyzed item than 1 hour, because I need to let my other council people know this thing is happening. I might need a little background analyzed, and not to the exclusion of the work plan, but simply this seems to be a unique issue that suddenly it seems like we maybe should stick it in somewhere. And that's why one of my questions to you on the front end was, well, does it have to be 1 hour? Could it be 5 hours? My understanding is in most, in many cities, a best practice is more like 2 hours. So maybe by honing into what a proper workload looks like, and I'm talking to my fellow council members, we can get to something closer, somewhere closer to a detailed staff report as it originally says, but without going overboard to the detriment of a work plan we're trying to enact. And that brings finally back to process. Because for any given item, there's a process about how we devote staff time to it. And generally speaking, not across the board, but generally speaking, we have our goal setting usually in March. We'll be having a goal setting apparently in March. We're still honing the date. When we say, okay, these are the items we'd like to work on for the entirety of the year. And then invariably things come up between when we set that work plan and when we set the next work plan. And then we get to reconfigure and rearrange. I think that something's important for me to say to the public is that we're not trying to give our power to city manager. City manager knows what staff time is needed to accomplish what at any given moment, and we need to work closely with city manager to ensure that our work plan is enacted, and that if it's not, if we're taking resources away from that, we want to make sure that as a majority, we are directing staff time to work on something new and likely to the detriment of something we had prior agreed upon to work on. So I wanted to kick off the thoughts with that, and that having been said, I see a light from Council Member Vaterlaus, Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlaus.
No, Mary.
Sorry, it has an X on it over there. I'm not supposed to use that one.
No, that's,
Whatever.
It says X. Don't use it.
I'm just going to move my post-it over a notch is what I'm going to do. Council Member Beer, please.
Thank you. For starters, I really want to apologize to our community for the delay. Hearing the echo in the caller, we don't know how much the delay is until we hear it, right? So I thank our community for hanging in there. Those of you who did call in, thank you so much. Hopefully we can figure this out with PCT moving forward so we can get back on track. So thank you for that. Secondly, so I feel like the whole idea around this section is so that items moving forward have the proper amount of staff time to work on them. And so I feel like the language that we used here to change it, it was very confusing for our community, and that we don't really need to be confusing the community. And when in my experience on council, we haven't had any problems with this. My personal experience on council. And so, again, it's been my experience that if I had something that I wanted to bring onto the agenda, put onto the agenda, I would talk to Kevin about it, we would have a discussion about it. It would come on the agenda as a consideration item where we would discuss it, and then based on that discussion, we'll move forward to whatever happens next. And usually whatever happens next is what takes the amount of staff time, like the larger amount of staff time. And so I feel like that's worked for us. And so I'm not sure if changing the words in this section is going to change that process. And I just want to make sure that our community isn't feeling like we're chopping them off. Like, also the district, the idea about the districts really made my eyes open up a little bit. Like, yeah, my district totally has things that aren't like your district. And so I think that part is important. What I do like is the idea to change it to 10 days. I think that's an absolute must. And then if one of the callers suggested adding like within the next 3 meetings or something to that extent where there's time, like, yeah. I just feel like it's not broken, why things have been going fine for us with that.
I'm curious to that point. I feel like sometimes things do come up that are of a more urgent nature. The housing, the eviction moratorium that was referenced that came up in 2015, for example, was a very time-sensitive thing. And so in an alternate universe where it was agendized robustly, more robustly than 1 hour's worth, that's the example of an item where I feel like sometime within the next 3 agendas might not necessarily cut it. Councilmember Vaterlaus.
The note about districts, I mean, just because we were elected in districts, we still represent the entire city. And we still care about what happens in the entire city. And yes, we may have an item that applies more to our district than someone else, but I think that we are all reasonable and do represent the entire city. So I don't know how the districts play into it.
Okay.
That's all.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
This item has certainly generated a lot of conversation in the community, and that says to me that the community is paying attention to what we do, which I appreciate. I think I'm going back to some of the public comments we received in email, and I'm trying to figure out all of the statements that were made about restricting the democratic process. And it seemed to be the idea of having a majority of the council agree to put something on a council agenda was stifling or in some way limiting the democratic process. And that, I just don't know if I agree with that premise. I think what I was worried about was it seemed like what was being called for was a specific rule here that's different from the way the council operates as a whole. Everything we do is by majority. And what we, it's not written down, but what we strive for is consensus, actually, in all truth. So I think what I'd like to say about this particular item is I think, frankly, first of all, I think it's too wordy. And I kind of would like council to consider, my co-council members to consider striking a bunch of words in the middle. That these are the words I think we could consider striking. Depending on the urgency of the proposed items such as can occur for action deadlines that apply to proposed state legislation. How about, forget all that, the city manager shall consult with the mayor about when a proposed item should be agendized for council consideration. Because to Mary Beer's point, that's what we do now. And so all that stuff about urgency and state deadlines and all that, I get that, but I also think that's exactly what is factored into that conversation between the city manager and the mayor when agendizing items. So I kind of feel like we could simplify and streamline this. We already took a little antecedent clause out of the front of one part of it. So that's one consideration. And that's really all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Bowles, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I thought I had my light on. Did I push the wrong button?
I think it's your light, not mine. But I did want to speak, so you guys know.
Very
We're
good.
confused
I'm
with our
having
lights
light
today.
issues this evening.
Um,
Please.
I'm obviously new here, but I'm curious about what Mary said. Like, is this a problem? Are we trying to fix something that isn't broken and upsetting everyone in the process? I mean, it's really a question. I mean, has it been an issue? Has a council member gone rogue and made a lot of work for staff that nobody else agreed to? I mean, I think we all respect our staff and try to be mindful of their work and understand, their time constraints and so forth. So I don't know. My first question is whether we need to change it at all, and that's one option. I like what Kimberly said to not codify staff needs over public process. That really struck me. We're here. We're elected to represent the people and to bring the people's issues to discuss and debate and decide what the best policies are forward. The staff is not here in the community the way we are, and I think that's a big part of our responsibility. And if it becomes an issue, we can revisit it, right? It's not like we're deciding this forever if something happens that takes away from the process that has been working well before.
Before we deliberate further, the time is 10:44. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move that we extend the meeting till 11:30.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. If there's no discussion, please vote.
That motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 passes unanimously.
So depending on how this resolves tonight, I favor leaving in the 10 days personally. And I feel like the part we need to hammer out is the question between what detailed means in the first version versus what might be an appropriate constraint on staff or staff time for agendizing an item if we choose to. If we're going to go with the new language, I actually kind of favor keeping the depending on urgency, yada, yada, yada legislation in. And the reason I favor keeping it in is because I think that, amongst other things, this tells people what they can expect. It tells new council members what they can expect. And even though it's a little bit wordy, I think it gets into a specific that might actually be helpful. I like the 10 days. But to my mind, the real question is the original language requiring a detailed staff report versus, or the old language versus the new language of what that really means if one council member agendizes something. And I say that without offering a suggestion at this time.
Could I ask you a question?
Please.
Can you give me an example of why you think we need to have the language that I proposed striking stay in? I can't imagine a scenario why that's urgent.
Yeah, so.
Give me one.
And actually, I would rework it just a little bit to place something somewhere else. But the part, depending on the urgency of the proposed item, the city manager shall consult with the mayor. I think that that's important to say that even though our common practice would be a minimum of 10 days or a minimum of 7 days or whatever. If there's something that becomes more urgent, there's instruction there that it's not prohibitive to bring it forward even though you've passed that time frame, whatever it may be. I like the idea of after city managers shall consult with the mayor about proposed agenda item, such as can occur for action deadlines that apply to proposed state legislation, and I would even go a step beyond, say, or other urgent matters. And again, because it's demonstrating an example to someone who might be new and not knowing what these things could look like. So I'd rework the phrasing, and those are the reasons.
So what I hear you saying is that depending on the urgency of the proposed item phrase is what allows a council member to actually put something on the agenda with less than 10 days' notice.
Depending on the urgency, yes.
That's what I mean. That's why I hadn't understood it that way at all until you said that. Does that make sense to you, Mary? Right?
Yeah, I did not understand that. And I think that there's just too many words, quite frankly. But, and I'm racking my brain trying to find out the new language that I would prefer. But I just feel like it's what we already do. Like, we're not going to move something forward that there isn't a consensus to move forward. After, you know, after it's on the agenda, we talk about it for a minute or whatever.
Or an hour.
Or an hour. But if ultimately we make the decision on and direct staff on whether to move forward with it or not. So having said that, I just don't think that all of that part is necessary in here.
I mean, certainly my experience has been so far that if I bring an item to city manager that I think we should agendize, there's usually what follows a conversation about what that will take. And, okay, Tiger, this is something that you want to see on the agenda. Do you think it's that critical that we divert staff time, that we do it next week? And if it takes that much staff time, you're going to have the rest of council sign off on diverting that much staff time anyway. Do you want to hold off on it? So there is that respectful conversation that goes on backstage. I mean, I remember Sue Vaterlaus's first election in which of the 4 people running for 2 spots, one of whom may not necessarily have understood being as robustly considerate of time constraints. That might have been an example in which rules like this might have actually come in handy. But racking my brain, it's, you know, and then I cross-reference that with, okay, that's kind of the other side of district elections. You ran unopposed, Mary, and I'm so glad you were. It was a breath, I could breathe easier during that election cycle for you and was so happy you got to rejoin us. But if that person who ran against Sue during that time had run unopposed, again, and it's not a matter of whether or not she would have done a good job, it's a matter of whether or not it would have been intuitive to her to intuitively follow decorum as these rules would otherwise suggest.
But we can't put a policy here that it is only addressing one type of person. That doesn't, I don't know, that just doesn't seem, just doesn't seem right.
So are you saying that we leave it the way it used to be, the entire struck out version, except changing 7 to 10?
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
If I may, Mayor.
Of course you may.
So part of bringing this revision forward is that the existing provision says that one city council member can request an item to be agendized 7 days in advance, now 10, right? Any council member can request an item to be agendized. and the existing language says, all agenda items requiring a detailed staff report may be placed on the agenda if the request is made 7 days before the council meeting. So a council member can come to me and say, Kevin, I want consideration of an ordinance to do X on the agenda next week. And development of ordinances require a bunch of city attorney time, actually money to pay the city attorney's office, planning staff, whatever department the ordinance affects. And I have, I mean, that's how, so that's an example of how the importance, and if I go back to the preamble statement to this council rules, says, it is important for the policy to be transparent about the roles, responsibilities, and expectations of the governing board and staff. So the existing provision is seeming to say that the scenario I just mentioned can happen, and we would have to, at one council member's decision, spend $10,000 and, endless hours of staff time to prepare that ordinance and get it on the agenda for the next council meeting. And so part of the goal of clarifying this process and a best practice is to be transparent about how this governance should actually work.
So I'm going to come back to something that a lot of the commenters raised, was that moment that happened in 2015. And the idea was something along the lines of, and to those watching, I apologize if I butcher it, I'm going from memory and understanding, so forgive me in advance. But approximately what I think I recall is, again, it was an eviction moratorium. John had wanted to agendize that. And I think during that meeting it was kind of shot down by the rest of councils how it went, so that never came to fruition. Again, going into the alternate reality where it did happen, what this is suggesting is, if maybe it had been requested otherwise, what would have been successful was getting this eviction moratorium agendized. If you would be able to get it together that quickly, then I would imagine putting together the ordinance ready for a vote is what that translates into. And I think the difference is that it was known in advance that the ordinance was going to ultimately fail, but in the version that is being suggested, okay, maybe it was going to fail, but there's value in agendizing it, so there's a robust discussion about it, and it maybe leads to a deeper process that is gained by having that robust discussion, even though at the end of the day, either way, it's a losing proposition. I think something along those lines is what's being suggested by having that ability.
So if I'm understanding, I think, so let's take the eviction. Number one, an eviction moratorium decision is an immense amount of staff time and city attorney time to prepare. So council member comes forward. I'd like the council to consider whether to pursue or spend staff resources on preparing an eviction moratorium. That's the agendized item. Council discusses it, public gives input into that discussion, council makes a vote. If it's a majority, then staff is directed to prepare the item. And in the meantime, as part of the report, I list off the litany of other things we're working on that we're not going to be able to get done if this is happening, but council gets to decide, right? And then we go and prepare it. But it's the initial item that's agendized didn't require much time, because we put together, what is an eviction moratorium, you define it, here's the legal issues that need to be considered, just list them off, bullet point, very high level, so that there's enough to discuss about and the public to comment about, right? That's how it works. That's always how it's worked since I've been here as city manager on any item that's been brought forth. Despite this rule, if it would require a lot of staff time, the item that I bring forward is a short decision. Case in point, Councilmember O'Neill's request for the city to pursue a public-private partnership with the school district, which would cost $10,000 to do the feasibility study, you know, interest, et cetera, brought an item to the council, said, does the majority want to pursue this? Council discussed it, said, yes, let's pursue this, and then we pursued it. And that wasn't on the work plan or anything, it was a new item to be added, right?
Exactly.
And if I could just chime in here, you know, and it's important to note that the city attorney's office takes its direction from a majority of the council. So it is important for us to hear from a majority of the council that they want us to do work as significant as preparing an ordinance. I also want to point out that in all of these scenarios, the public still has an opportunity to come and provide public comment. So there is this democratic process. A majority of the council decides, the public still gets to come and comment whether it's agendized by one or if it comes to the council for a majority consideration for further direction and action.
So in the case of an eviction moratorium, you would need full council to weigh in on that before drafting the ordinance, presumably?
Well, so if playing out that scenario, if the city manager came to us and said, well, we have a council member who wants to agendize this eviction moratorium ordinance, we would say, well, that's a lot of work. You know, we don't feel comfortable preparing this item without getting direction from a majority of the council. We would want to hear from a majority of the council before we undertake all of that effort and time and cost to the city. So, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Bowles.
I'm sorry, I'm just rereading Dinah's description of what happened about the eviction moratorium. And so there was a short agenda put forth, and then the discussion, and there was a lot of public comment in support of it, but it was voted down by the majority. I think the real question here is whether, you know, I mean, often councils are split 3-2, and whether we're totally eliminating the minority voice, right? If 2 council members and a lot of the public really want something, but for whatever reason, the other 3 don't, is there really not a way that something that's that important to our community still gets reviewed and addressed? And I'm just remembering what City Attorney Kenyon said. You know, there's really 2 different ways that a lot of the cities are organized. So for agendizing items, and one is what we're discussing now. The other is where you have 2 council members that vote to put something on the agenda. So you're not the one lone rogue council member to do something. You have to at least convince another person, but it still gives the opportunity. It still gives the opportunity for the minority voice on the council to have a say in what gets discussed. I can read you Half Moon Bay's ordinance if you like. That's the way theirs is written. A council member may request an item to be considered on a future agenda, and if a second council member agrees with the request, staff will prepare a staff report. Anyway. So it's another way to look at it if you're really worried about a rogue council member, you know, wanting to put a lot of work on staff that's not supported otherwise.
Because either way, right? So either way, we're still going to have the conversation about how we want it to move forward.
Right.
And so there will be an opportunity for us to vote on whether we want it to move forward or not.
Councilmember Vadalaus?
I'm so sorry.
No. I looked again at the old way it was written, and if you changed it to the reconsideration to consideration of the item shall require the majority approval of the council. No.
I think that's a whole different thing it's addressing at the end in the last sentence.
I know, but I changed it because, well, except that then that goes back to the other, but I don't know, if only 2 people are requesting it and it's going, I don't know how to say this, it's going to fail then we've just spent a lot of time on something that isn't going to pass. Although you have given the public the right to speak and therefore could change the mind of somebody who was against something. But that happens in the very beginning when we bring it forward for discussion. That the members of the public get to speak and the council gets to speak. And I've changed my mind lots of times. You may think you read through everything and you have your mind made up, and you come and you find out you don't, based on what the public says and based on what the other council members have said. So I see it coming to the entire council.
I definitely favor keeping it that one council can agendize, because frankly, I think even if they are the lone wolf, they might have a very good sense of something that the community should have an opportunity to speak out on. Working how much staff time should go to a report that one council member asks for, I think is an interesting question. But that being said, even a 1 hour staff report, I think, is not nothing, and I think it can be thoroughly augmented by a council member who feels passionately about an item, coupled with whatever the turnout is from the public on that item. And frankly, even for items that aren't strictly agendized, you know, it's been many a time I have seen an outpouring of public during public communication in which the entire room was filled and person after person robustly gave feedback to the point that then council felt like they had enough to work with that they could agendize later. I think we're well accustomed to giving robust opportunity for public feedback, and I don't know that any which way we change this will change that. I think that by me, the point is well taken that there's process in order to come to the conclusion of what we as a body, a majority of the body, determines should take substantial staff time. And while I'm not sure if 1 hour quite fits the bill for the analysis needed when one council member does a request, I'm also convinced it shouldn't take up half of the work plan for the year. So right now I'm kind of erring on the side of what's brought before us with getting rid of controversial items, changing it to 10 days, and maybe haggling about whether it's 1 hour of staff time or 5. But after all the discussion I've just heard, the language proposed makes sense to me.
$2 hours.
I hear 2 hours. So I have 2 council members who seem to be interested in this language with 2 hours.
So maybe, because it says, okay, hear me out.
Okay.
Oh, wait, here's my light. Sorry.
Your light shines brightly regardless of buttons.
Always.
Okay. May require 1 or more hours staff time to sufficiently analyze and prepare a staff report for council consideration will be first agendized to ask the city council if staff time should be spent on preparing a report on the proposed item. So I think that there might be confusion in that part of it. If staff time should be spent preparing a report on the proposed item, I don't know it, because there's gonna have to be a small report if we're gonna discuss it in the first place. So what we would be discussing later is, you know, what direction we're going to give that moving forward. So maybe there's a confusion there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that did make sense, and I hadn't seen it until you just said it, because I've been so focused on the other part. So if we could start by, and I'm, for the sake of conversation, if you just strike preparing a report on the proposed item and then reworking that to be something other than that. Because if I could babble for just a moment, I think what we're getting at is if staff time should be spent on taking a deeper dive, or I don't know what to call it.
Well, because that's not, my point is that wouldn't be the only thing we would be talking about the item. So we wouldn't come and just say, so, should we spend time on this or not? No, there would be a small report. We would talk about the item. We would get public comment. We would deliberate, then give direction. So,
Okay. Figure out what to call it, and you've got me sold. And prepare a staff report for council consider.
city attorney, do you have something?
Well, I was just going to suggest that may require more than 1 hour of staff time to completely analyze and prepare the agenda item, something like that, so that it encompasses the entire item rather than the staff report.
Say that again, please.
So just saying, instead of to prepare a staff report for council consideration, if the items that may require more than 1 hour of staff time to sufficiently, or to completely, now I've forgotten what I was going to say, to completely analyze the agenda item.
You're making a distinction between analyzing and the staff report itself.
Right,
Right,
exactly.
research
So it's
part.
just not, it's not just the staff report, it's the entire item. Because the staff report could take an hour, but you still need the ordinance, or you need the resolutions, or you need whatever you're going to need. So to completely analyze the item.
Because that's what we're talking about anyway, analyzing the item to bring forward to determine whether more time should be spent doing a resolution or whatever in the future.
Right, but I think Councilmember Beer was saying that the threshold issue shouldn't be 1 hour of staff time to prepare the staff report, because the staff report has to be prepared either way. So it should be, how long is it going to take to really completely prepare this item? Whether it be an ordinance, whether it be an agreement, whether it be some other document. And then that time limit applies to the entire item, because there will be a staff report that has to be prepared for that item regardless.
Right. If staff time should be spent on taking up an item, on fully taking up the proposed item, something like that.
Or you could just say more than 1 hour to prepare.
If I'm understanding correctly, yes, we could say in here, preparing the staff report, in my mind, that's under researching the item, analyzing the item, evaluating alternatives, providing the analysis, background discussion, et cetera. That's preparing a staff report. And so we could just simplify it, though, and say, time limit related to preparing an item for council consideration. We don't have to say a staff report or whatever. It's just preparing an item, which means a staff report and all the analysis, et cetera.
But that's always going to take more than an hour, always.
So here's an example. There was a piece of legislation related to net energy usage. Mayor Big Stick, you remember that PCE item, right?
Sure.
It's a quick conversation with PCE. It was a quick request of what did Burlingame do in their letter, and it was essentially a fairly quick writing of the staff report. 1 hour, give or take a little bit. A lot of these I do myself. And I didn't do a lot of analysis on it. I just said, here's the analysis that Burlingame conducted, attached it, and it was agendized as a legislative support item in that case. So that's an hour item, basically. If there was, you know, am I happy with the analysis that I put into that staff report? No, because we really want to, you know, there's oftentimes could be a lot of issues to analyze on either side, and that's where it gets more of, well, it's going to be pretty complicated to analyze that, and it's going to take not just my time, but city attorney's time, or, you know, whatever department staff's time. Each time it's a judgment call, and just there are sort of 1 hour items that can be easily agendized for council decision on that agenda, yes or no on this item. There's others where it's, you know, needs to be, do we want to expend all that money on developing the ordinance, you know?
Right, and I think my sense is surely there's a way that we can agendize something quickly whereby we're enabling council to have the discussion, do we want to really take a deeper dive on this? Do we want to fully flesh it out? Do we want to keep pursuing this? Or is there no will on council to keep pursuing this? And there are instances where we want to be empowered to have that conversation. We want to be empowered to have that conversation publicly. To my sensibility, I think one council member should be able to bring forth that conversation. And that shouldn't mean staff time is taken to fully assess all the ramifications. It means you put your staff report together to say, you are going to have this conversation to decide if you really want staff to do everything needed if there's a majority of council. And that's what we're getting at.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I may.
Please do.
I think something that city manager just said made a distinction between an item such as the net zero energy, writing that letter, right? The difference in that case was it would take an hour or so, if I'm hearing you right, to prepare a brief description, as in the staff report, with alternatives for council to vote on it that night, versus something that's going to take more than an hour to prepare, to research, to look at, to eventually have council vote on it, because it's going to be probably more detailed than that. And that's the one, those cases are the ones that we want to agendize to decide if we're going to do it or not. But this description doesn't talk about the first example. So it feels like when you read this language, it feels like we're going to have to agendize every decision we're going to make. And we're not. A lot of times, we don't have to agendize a discussion about voting on something. It's just brought forward by a council member, in your case. He puts it on the agenda, we voted on it that night. Right? But the ones that are going to be more study, before he would go, or any staff member, to the effort of the days or month, hours that it would take to prepare this full item, we would direct that to be done. Right? Like we do now.
Like we do now. Right. That's what I mean. That's what we're doing now. Mike talked about public-private partnerships. We didn't, discuss it in one night. We're still discussing it. But we had to make the decision on whether we were gonna or not. So I feel like that's what we do already, and all of this is confusing our community, and it's confusing me. So how can we simplify it so that staff is given enough time to do what they need to do, and we're allowed to, talk about it and make that decision. Go for it, Subar.
Do people object to the detailed staff report instead of specifically an hour? The detailed staff report, which was in the old one, and then continue, just say they can place it on the agenda with 10 days, a council member request to agendize an item for consideration shall require the majority approval of the council. I just took out a couple words out of that last sentence.
No, but what you just said is that we would decide if one council member can bring an item.
And they can, with 10 days. One person can bring an item.
Yeah.
If it's going to require a detailed staff report, then we all make the decision of whether to continue on that item or not. Does that make sense? Nope, look at, they go, ugh. They both put their hands on their head.
I know.
That's kind of how I feel about it, too.
Trying to coalesce a few of the comments that I just heard. Councilmember Beckmeyer was talking about the converse here, which is not explicitly mentioned. So if an item that requires less than 1 hour of staff time to prepare for council consideration would be agendized for council consideration and decision. An item that requires more than 1 hour of staff time to prepare for council consideration would be prepared and agendized for council to give direction on the next steps on the item.
Sounds good.
In other words, to spend more time, more analysis.
I like that.
That works for me.
Yeah, I still think an hour is nothing, though, if it's, I don't know. I mean, going back to what you were saying before, if we really want to flesh something out and we need a little bit more to be able to understand it, to know if we want to go further.
And given that we're not staff and we don't know quite exactly how it pans out, what is your sense of what an adequate time frame might be?
I don't have a sense, because I think, I mean, it can really vary, and that's why it's dangerous to put, something that's finite in there. But, I mean, maybe they're not measuring their time exactly, I don't know.
I mean, so may require more than about 1 hour, although to your point, and I come to this number because in some other cities, they explicitly say 2 hours, and that's several cities that I saw do that. So maybe about 2 hours might be an appropriate.
That would
bar.
help.
Is that closer to what sounds reasonable to you? Would a different number sound reasonable?
Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the majority-minority thing, too, though, which is part of what we were hearing today about either, districts or, I mean, the council does shift back and forth, right? And
That's true, but
and so to always allow the minority voice to not like totally silence them out. That's what I'm worried might happen.
But does our process now do that?
Well, I mean, it hasn't been an issue, so like, yeah.
That's my point, yeah.
But, well, I mean, according to them, I mean, it has happened before, so.
What we need to do, I'm so sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no,
Mr. Mayor.
What we need to do is vote on whether or not to
Yeah.
extend our meeting further.
I vote to extend the meeting to midnight.
Okay,
Do I have a second?
yes, second.
Motion by Vaterlaus, second by Bowles. Please vote.
Motion to extend meeting to midnight passes unanimously.
And that's why I am relatively adamant that we keep it to one member able to agendize on the one hand, but on the other hand, at the end of the day, we decide as a majority. And I think that having one council member having the ability to agendize something to the tune of about 2 hours of staff time to prepare a report so that it's brought to a council meeting so that we can discuss it amongst ourselves so that the public has every opportunity to say their piece. That is giving minority voice if it should so happen that the majority decides, you know, we don't really want to continue this discussion and put more staff time toward it past what we've already done for this particular agenda. I think that's as close to minority voice as you can get within the context that it will always be a majority of council that makes a decision.
Yeah.
Mr.
No, I think just what I'm hearing a little bit is a little bit of distrust in the public, I guess. I mean, as this example, I don't know if there was a lot of opinion the other direction or not, but where there are a lot of public voices for or against one item, and yet the council still, you know, votes otherwise, and whether the public really feels listened to. I think that's the fear that I'm hearing in a lot of the comments.
Would you say that again into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right, but I really think that was an important point you just raised, and I want to make sure everybody hears what you just said.
Yeah, so I think what I'm hearing from the public is the fear that when a good number of the public come to speak in favor or against a particular item, and then the council votes the other way, that there's not a trust that the public feels listened to. And I think that's where some of the fear is coming forth in some of these comments, that, you know, maybe there's only a minority of the council that really strongly wants to support that, but there's a strong public will. And of course, I mean, they can vote us out or recall us or, you know, whatever. I mean, there is a recourse. Anyway, just expressing what I'm hearing.
There are 38,000 people in this town, and 7 people came and talked tonight. A group of 7 people that has a very good distribution system between them and pass the items to their group. How large is that actual group? Large, a lot larger than 6 or 7, and that is such a small minority of our public. It is what we heard from. It doesn't necessarily represent our whole public.
Yeah, but the whole public isn't here, and it's the people that are engaged. And I'm not just talking about this issue. There are
any
other
issue.
issues where they
Any
don't
issue.
listen to. You know, I won't bring up examples. But
Well,
anyway, I feel better about it that way, with taking out controversial, having a little bit more staff time, having it come back to us.
And do you feel good about Councilmember Beckmeyer's idea of having the other...
The converse.
The converse, thank you. I kept going contrarian.
Yes, that a short thing can get put on immediately. Yes, absolutely.
Do we have consensus?
Okay, so I need it like spelled out. Like what exactly are you asking me to have consensus about?
I can try to restate what I had said,
Okay,
open to any revisions to it, but the first, we would remove potentially controversial items, and so I think you maybe have already removed that. So the first sentence would be, items that may require less than 1 hour of staff time to prepare for council consideration can be agendized upon request, or just agendized for, wait, let me back up, for council consideration and decision. We need to finish that sentence somehow.
And decision.
And decision. And then items that may require more than 1 hour of staff time to prepare for council consideration will be agendized for council direction on next steps.
There we go.
And then to continue, requests from council members to place an item on the agenda shall be made to the city manager a minimum of 10 days before the next city council meeting. There was discussion potentially about deleting that next clause about depending on the urgency, but so we should get direction on whether to leave that in or not.
I think now that we have the clause about for items that require less than 1 hour, it's a lot easier for me to delete that other chunk.
Will first be agendized and for consideration and direction on next steps.
And I thought, were we not deciding on 2 hours for?
Yes,
require
2
more than
hours,
2
please. That was my understanding. Does anyone object to 2 hours?
No.
No.
City manager, does that seem onerous from your perspective?
No, that's fine.
Very good.
2 hours, 10 days, distinction. Things that can be agendized and discussed versus things that can be agendized, discussed, and voted on.
To prepare an item for council consideration.
Does that make sense?
Let's,
Make sense?
You good?
I think removing
Oops, oh, God.
4
Wrong thing.
and just start that sentence with items. So if Clerk Coffey could read that back.
So for section 11-3, the text that I have here is, an individual council member may agendize an item for a city council meeting by contacting the city manager. Items that may require less than 2 hours of staff time to prepare for council consideration can be agendized for council consideration and decision. Items that may require more than 2 hours of staff time to prepare for council consideration will first be agendized for council consideration and direction on next steps. Requests from council members to place an item on the agenda shall be made to the city manager a minimum of 10 days before the next city council meeting. Depending on the urgency of the proposed item, such as can occur for action deadlines that apply to proposed state legislation, the city manager shall consult with the mayor about when a proposed item should be agendized for council consideration.
I don't think we need that part.
Seems a little redundant.
Well, depending on the urgency of the proposed item, the city manager shall consult with the mayor about when a proposed item should be agendized. So I would say take out the such as can occur for action deadlines that apply to proposed legislation.
Yeah.
I think that's the part that can be taken out.
It might be local things that we need to do urgently too, but yeah.
Right.
It doesn't need to be that specific.
So the last sentence would read solely, the city manager shall consult with the mayor about when a proposed item should be agendized for council consideration.
If at the first part of that sentence you can leave depending on the urgency of the proposed item.
Oh, you just take out the middle then, you're saying?
Yeah,
I
I'm
think we
saying
should-
just
I
take
think
that.
we should take that whole part out. Because we already said,
We did say it. My concern is the urgency piece of it. I want it to be understood that if somebody feels a need for urgency, they can consult with city manager and mayor to bring it forward in fewer than 10 days.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah,
I would suggest
please.
adding language that says, except for items where the mayor and the city manager have determined are of an urgent nature, requests from council members to place an item on the agenda shall be made to the city manager a minimum of 10 days before the next city council meeting.
Very good.
I like that.
Yes.
You're good, Sarah.
Prepare for council consideration. Be first agendized for council consideration. Seems like we have a lot of council considerations repeated. Prepare. Items that may require more than 2 hours of staff time to prepare will first be agendized for council consideration and direction on next steps.
We could just say agendized for a council meeting or some, we don't have to say consideration after each.
It's the redundancy of council consideration that I was trying to work around. If it's that, I'll take it.
I like redundancy.
Oh. You Do not.
And that might be better because actually, I know Clerk Coffey had used a capital C for consideration, but at times, these might be on consent.
Right.
So a legislative support item, like I believe, was on consent.
If we could have a clean version of this to look at, I think it might be helpful. So,
You mean not track changes version?
right.
You mean right now?
There she goes.
Or do you want
Did
to
it.
consider it for future agenda?
It's so funny.
That's a fun.
Except for items.
So I've switched the view to a clean version, showing what looks like we've settled on. Have an individual council member may agendize an item for a city council meeting by contacting the city manager. Items that may require less than 2 hours of staff time to prepare for council consideration can be agendized for council consideration and decision. Items that may require more than 2 hours of staff time to prepare for council consideration will first be agendized for a future council meeting and direction on next steps. For discussion and direction on next steps.
Can it just be, and then the 10 days? I just don't understand the urgent, like.
Because I want it to be clear that if there's an urgent matter, it can be agendized in fewer than 10 days.
Okay, but it doesn't say that.
Except for items where the mayor and city manager have determined an urgency, requests from council members to place an item on the agenda shall be made to the city manager a minimum of 10 days before the next city council meeting. The city manager shall consult with the mayor about when a proposed item should be agendized for council consideration.
So do you think, Mary, you're saying an urgency doesn't cover it the way it says an urgency?
Could consider adding time urgency.
I mean, because, I appreciate that if it's urgent and we can put it on, it can be before 10 days, but that's not what that sentence is telling me. So I'm sorry, it's late, maybe my brain is done. So how about we?
Here's a suggestion, more generally. From time to time, there may be an urgent, deadline that the mayor and city manager would need to discuss if an item is to be agendized for less than 10 days. But to get to that, not that exact wording, but to kind of phrase it that way.
In the way that this is written, only the urgent items require 10 days.
Except for items.
So
Except for items where.
Items will, request for items to be on the agenda will be a minimum of 10 days. The exception is urgent items.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Exception.
Well, maybe we should rearrange the sentence.
Put the exception at the end,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
not at the beginning.
Because the point is.
Requests from council members to place an item on the agenda shall be made to the city manager a minimum of 10 days before the next city council meeting, except
Time urgency items.
for items where mayor and city manager have determined an urgency.
I think we made it.
We're about to make it shorter, right?
The good point. The last sentence maybe isn't necessary.
Are we happy with this council?
Yes.
I'm seeing head nods. Are there any other parts of this past 12.7 that we want to take up. I specifically went straight to the,
I'd like to add something, or consider adding something.
what do you got?
Ready to move on? The 3-minute comment section on page 462, as I was reading Half Moon Bay's ordinance, they had another sentence that said, for public speakers in need of translation services, the speaker timer will be paused during translation. And I like that. We haven't had to use it, but I think that's a welcoming thing for our non-English speakers.
I've seen it doubled.
Yeah, supervisor.
Councilmember Bowles, can you please repeat the language?
Yes. For public speakers in need of translation services, the speaker timer will be paused during translation.
As long as we have translation services.
I would like to point out that under the Brown Act, public speakers whose comments are translated into a different language get double the time. So.
Okay, good.
So, and because that's a law, then we don't need to repeat it in our council rules.
It's nice.
It would be nice
It's
to put it
nice
in.
to add it.
This is a little different because it talks about pausing the time. So in other words.
Well, I think either way, I'm happy with doubling too, but I
But
think
double the time, but put it in there just for the niceness of it.
Yeah.
So what we're putting in is the doubling of the time? Okay, so let's refer to the double of the time and for those who need translation services.
And I just had a question about the 5A for the appeals. I appreciate the extra 3 minutes that were added. Sometimes someone doesn't use their whole 10 minutes and wants a longer rebuttal, and it didn't seem to allow that option.
I think we can look back at that language. I seem to remember the council discussing that, is that you take up to 10 minutes. So an appellant doesn't have to take 10 minutes, take up to 10 minutes, and then you would get a 3-minute follow-up. What's the word?
Rebuttal.
Rebuttal.
But what
Sorry.
if they only take 8 minutes?
Right.
Can they have
No.
5 for their rebuttal?
No.
No.
The point would be you take as much as you want up to 10 minutes, and then you get 3 minutes for a rebuttal. So if you take 5 minutes, take 8 minutes, you still just get 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
Specifically, the idea being that both parties have equal time to do what they're doing. And once upon a time, we did it that way, and I don't remember when we changed it, because I swear to goodness, when I started sitting over in that chair, that's the way we used to do it. The reason I like it is because it's clear and it gives both parties equal time to do what they need to do.
So the two of the items that are sort of unresolved are related to a standing special meeting date. As council is aware, whenever we have the need for special meetings, we poll council members, we figure out a time, so that's our ad hoc approach. If the council was interested, I think Clerk Coffey had figured out what months have fifth Mondays. There's only a few.
There aren't very many because one of
No.
them's a holiday.
Yeah, there's only a few.
Cool.
Whether we want to talk about that or just not worry about the standing special meeting day, or identify the 3 other, well, now 2 other. I'm looking at the list. It looks like July 31st and October 30th are the only other 5th Mondays of this calendar year. May 29th is Memorial Day. And so.
Well, that's 2 special meetings that we know we have a date for.
Yeah.
So.
And yet it doesn't quite solve the problem.
So if we wanted that bandwidth, we could say, this is just for in case they're needed, and the council calendar would reflect a hold on those 5th Mondays as a special meeting day if needed. So we could write that into the rules. Then the other item was the whether we wanted to revisit or just have staff refine the motion to reconsider language. We had talked about that earlier, and it was a little bit confusing, and we had said we needed to get back to it.
What page are we looking at?
Not extending the time past midnight.
Ever. There it is, isn't it?
We are looking. Did you find it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's page 12. Page 12 on the document. Packet page 471. It seemed that reverting to the original language might take care of the confusion.
Oh, I thought we'd,
Agreed on that.
yeah.
Well, that was during the presentation, so.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Where we leave that first sentence in.
Fine.
Agreed.
Does that cover it?
Get me started.
I think that works.
Use your microphone.
That out. So I think, Mr. Mayor, there is a sentence in the middle of that section that says the purpose of reconsideration is to bring back the matter for review at the next meeting. So I don't think that needs to be included. So we can either strike the whole sentence or strike at the next meeting.
Because it would be heard at the same meeting, is that
Correct.
what you're saying?
Yeah.
The motion can only be made during the meeting when the action was taken, but it can be reconsidered at the next meeting, can it?
The item.
The item can. Got it.
I have a question perhaps for Assistant City Attorney Bizzano. So the last sentence says, nothing in this section would preclude a council member from bringing an item back to consider at a future council meeting as a new agenda item.
Mm-hmm.
Can a council member who was on the not prevailing side do that for the same item?
Yeah, there was, so yes, the council member who was on the losing side of the motion could bring back an item at a future meeting. That's what that language says, and there's nothing in the future agenda items that would preclude a
At which
That would
point, if
be
it
like
takes
my-
more than 2 hours,
That would
Yes,
be like
we
my
gotta
example.
reopen all of
Right?
that.
You could bring anything back that happened in the past, right? As a new agenda item.
right?
That was my example.
But does that need to be here as part of reconsideration? I guess.
It alleviates the concern that if a motion for reconsideration fails, it can't be therefore brought back as a different agenda item as a later date.
A motion to reconsider is a specific parliamentary procedure to have the body consider something that they just took action on. Like, oh, we just learned that XYZ is important, but we didn't have that information at the time we made the motion. So a member of the majority that was successful in the original motion can bring back the motion through this motion to reconsider, or bring back the action through a motion to reconsider. But like I said, it's a very specific parliamentary procedure. It's not meant to preclude that item from ever coming back to the body. It's just meant to sort of revisit the issue itself to decide whether there's a different decision or outcome that the body wants to make.
And the council can have it agendized for reconsideration after the meeting itself, right?
For consideration.
Yes, for consideration,
For consideration.
right? So, yeah, just be a new item.
Okay.
So I just want to be clear. Theoretically, a council member on the losing side of a vote on an issue could each agenda request that item be agendized again. Ad infinitum, going through the same vote. Is that correct?
Okay.
Not saying that
Okay.
happens, but it's a possibility.
Can I ask a question too about ties? Because it said something about ties. Well, if they're in Robert's rules, if there's a tie, if someone has recused themselves and they're in the back and it's 2-2, then it loses.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't think it says that. No
does.
action signifies. Oh,
Oh, did we change it?
No, a tie vote generally means that no action has been taken on a matter.
well, that's
Oh, there.
not, but it doesn't really mean that.
It says it stands.
If there's a tie vote, it loses.
Well, it loses in the sense that no action is taken, but you know, like, it's not going to proceed forward. But
Okay.
the reality is that no action has taken because there's not a majority.
It's an effective no, even though it's not a technical no.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Practically speaking, it's a no, but technically speaking, no action was taken.
Okay.
Okay, so we have the reconsideration language, and then was there a council majority about the special meeting days, special Mondays, or just not worry about that now?
So the special Mondays don't necessarily seem like enough to me. And I don't know that we have enough time to hammer through any other dates. Is the idea that there aren't any other days on a regular basis where nobody has anything?
I think that
Okay. I'm fine including, and again, by consensus, I'm fine including those two dates as standing dates, and then after that, we can do the poll method like we usually do.
Yeah. So at least there's two.
2, yeah. Fine.
Yeah, and so we'll just generally say the, fifth Mondays that are not holidays, something like that.
The July 31st might fall during the time we generally have vacation.
Correct.
It
It's a good idea. Sorry.
Don't we have a little break at that time generally?
Yes, the second meeting in July. We
So we'll take
typically-
that meeting away and put this one on.
So October 30th is what I'm hearing.
But wait, that's the day before Halloween. No, I'm just kidding. We can't meet then.
So then why don't we just leave that off? If we're going to put one day in there.
I mean, in practice, we do, if there happens to be an issue we need to take up, and there's actually a fifth Monday that's on the horizon, we will look at that day for polling to see if council is available. I think the difference is, council members block out days that are designated at the beginning of the year, but we could still have that practice, so.
It would be charming to have a standing special study day, but October 30th seems to be it.
So were we generally going to leave that language in or not? No? Okay.
I don't think so unless someone disagrees. Was there any other direction we needed? Do we need a motion? We need a motion, right?
Yes, we do need
Yes.
a motion and vote on this item.
Move to accept the recommendation on council rules and ethics.
As
As
amended.
amended.
I second.
We got a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
So at the time of 11:53, I'm adjourning this meeting with the memory and thoughts of the 7 members of our Half Moon Bay community who are no longer with us as of this afternoon. Meeting adjourned.